Welcome to the Jamal Thomas Morning Show. My name is Jamal Thomas. I want to check my volume before we proceed. That is way too hot. That is way too hot. That is a hot mic. I hope you guys are doing all right. It is, what are we, on Wednesday? We're in one day of, I'm calling it pause. I'm not going to call it a ceasefire. I'm not sticking with the propaganda for that nonsense. Israel has never abided by ceasefire. I don't believe they're going to do so now. And that kind of, and I'm sorry for the sound of this. Give me 1 second. That kind of is why the thumbnail is so aggressive. That thumbnail came out of, look, I am a human being. I think I've said before, I'm an Aries moon, astrologically. Take for that what you will. I can get hot when I read stuff, especially stuff that I find to be outlandish. And when you have been engaged in a war, I don't care if it's 3 days, I don't care if it's 5 years, where you were in negotiations, you were attacked in those negotiations, and both countries were involved in it, meaning Donald Trump is pretending as if he's a deal maker and this other component, meaning you can't have it both ways. The U.S. has been doing this nonsense in multiple conflicts, whether they're acting like we're the deal maker for Hamas while simultaneously giving Israel 80% of what he uses to commit a genocide, or whether it's pretending as if, this is Joe Biden's war while Donald Trump is still the main proponent for that war existing, and he's acting like he's a deal maker in the rafters somewhere. And the same thing is true with this. Israel would have never, under any circumstances, attacked Iran without the U.S. green light, go ahead, push, nudge, whatever you want to call it. They worked in tandem. Israel is not a rogue actor. I don't believe that at all. Israel is entirely a feature of the U.S. policy in the Middle East. That feature, that colony, that client attacked in the middle of negotiations where the United States effectively was lulling Iran into a sense of security. I don't know why they would accept that sense of security, considering they murdered Soleimani when Soleimani was supposed to be on a peace mission also. But put that to the side for the moment. You get hit, you get embroiled into a 12-day war where roughly 1,000 of your people get killed, with decapitation strikes, hits on hospitals, hits on civilian centers, intentional hits on civilian centers, etc. Israel begs for a ceasefire because it was Israel that was pushing for the ceasefire. Israel begs for a ceasefire. You give them their ceasefire. You give them their ceasefire. And then, and I'm trying to figure out how to, I'll show it this way first. Because I want to get the impact properly. Pezeshkian, who I deem weak leader. By the way, no offense to the Ayatollah, no offense to anybody else in Israel. I'm talking specifically about President Pezeshkian. Tehran is ready to work on settling problems in relations with Washington. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian said during a phone call with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud or Al Saud, quote, "We're ready to settle problems between us and the United States on the basis on international norms. We have never demanded anything going beyond our legitimate rights," Pezeshkian press service quoted him as saying, quote, "In this context, we welcome any assistance from our friendly and brotherly countries," unquote. Now, I accept that what is written in these press releases is not necessarily indicative of the reality of events. I accept that. When, Putin gives a very diplomatic response and you get, what is his name? I can't, Dmitry Medvedev coming out as a bomb thrower. Okay, well, Medvedev is the honest voice. Putin is the diplomat. Putin is the glove, Medvedev is the fist. Medvedev is the honest position. That's the honest point of view. So I accept that. I do. My problem with this is that they have killed nearly 1,000 of your people and did so lying in wait in a sneak attack to do so. The U.S. has a vested interest in overthrowing your government. What did he call it? I want to get the words right. As you call it, we're ready to settle problems. The problem is your existence. That is the problem. So unless you're willing to settle the problem of your very existence, the very air that you take into your lungs is the problem in this situation. It's not anything you're doing. It's the fact that you exist. That's the issue. And that you exist in a way that cares about sovereignty. Now, you can give up sovereignty. You could do that. But you seem to be unwilling to do that in many respects. And so if that is the model to which you're operating with, where we hold our sovereignty as being very important, look at those submissive Gulf Arab states that prostrate themselves continuously when Donald Trump in America goes by. Is that what you're trying to be? Is that who you want to be? Ass up, face down, constantly? Or do you want to be men in the way that you say you do and care about your country's sovereignty? Yes, I'm being brutal here, because to come up with a quote like this after they were directly involved in killing nearly 1,000 of your people is breathtaking and sends, unfortunately, the wrong message and the message of appeasement that has been going on for God knows how long at this point with this particular government, which is why everybody thinks that Raisi was murdered. Because of you. They think you're a CIA asset because you say stuff like this. And not just say it. Given previous history, it's probably true. So yes, I'm being brutal right now because brutality is demanded. To make this point clearer, during the war, by the way, where Israel was begging for a ceasefire, listen to what they say. Tehran is ready to work with, that's not it, it's this one. Right here. I share this one, right. Okay. Israel reportedly tells Iran it's aiming to end the war within the coming days. This is before the war was even over with. It says, Israel has sent messages to Iran that Jerusalem is aiming for the air and missile campaign to end in the coming days, Channel 12 reports. Senior Israeli officials tell the Israeli outlet that Israel is close to achieving its war aims, but that Israel still has options to escalate in the form of thousands of targets that will undermine Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, basically Ayatollah. Israel sees Lebanon as its model for ensuring that Iran does not try to rebuild its nuclear ballistic missile capabilities, according to the report. Since Hezbollah agreed to the ceasefire in November, Israel has struck repeatedly at Hezbollah sites and operatives in order to ensure that Iran-backed group is not able to carry out attacks or rebuild infrastructure in the near term. So we agree upon ceasefire. And then we go on a killing spree. Every random blue moon. If I am not mistaken, Nasrallah was murdered during the ceasefire. Israel has been killing people and going on bombing raids in Lebanon as we speak during the ceasefire. So before they even ended the conflict, they are postulating, let's just get into a ceasefire and then we will murder people when we need to murder people in Iran. Ain't that amazing? Ain't that amazing? Let me go back to this one. Tehran is ready to work on settling problems in relation to Washington. Iranian President Pezeshkian said during a phone call with MBS, quote, we are ready to settle problems between us and the United States on the basis of international norms. We have never demanded anything beyond our legitimate rights. Pezeshkian press service quoted him as saying, in this context, we welcome the assistance of our friendly and brotherly countries. Let's go to a different article. This is what Donald Trump posted. I don't know if I can play this, so I won't play this, but a video of bomb Iran. Trump posted this on his account. Things like kill the Ayatollah, drop some rocks, things like that in the song. We got to bomb Iran. Let me go back to Pezeshkian. Let's go back to him. Hey, Pezeshkian, President, what do you have to say? Quote, we are ready to settle problems between the United States and us on the basis of international norms. These are two very different messages that are coming out of these camps. Which seems weak? You tell me. Which seems weak? Your very existence, the air that you breathe, is the issue with us. I live in this country. I was born in this country. My values, and those go both ways, right? When I'm looking for this better world, this notion of working with other people, working with other countries, us being the best that we can be as humanity, going out into the cosmos and learning more about reality. Those values come from that country too. I have other values. When shit gets real, those other values go away. And you deal with environmental circumstances to which you're encountering. And the environmental circumstances to which you're encountering is a desperate empire that is trying to cling to power like grim death. And they see you, initially Russia, China, as being the main fulcrum for that. There is no settling your differences, short of you not existing. And we have gone on a campaign going back, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria. Why do you think you're special? Why do you think you're special? Do you think Allah put you in a glass vase where you can't be touched? You can be touched. They just murdered nearly 1,000 of your people in a sneak attack as you were trying to make amends because you thought that the monster with blood on its hands, swimming through rivers of blood to get to Iran, that they can be negotiated with, that they were rational actors, that they were sane, God-loving people. I will tell you something about the U.S. At some point, we realize that even if there's a God above, he doesn't care and he doesn't get involved, which means that fundamentally the only thing that matters and the only restraint is cause and effect. That's it. In physical matter reality, you take actions and those actions have consequences. And either you can negotiate those consequences or you can't negotiate those consequences. It's just that. There is no Leviathan. There is no mythical, interdimensional fish that comes in and says you have to act correct. There is no Santa Claus that put coals in your stockings. It is whether or not your actions are permissible and whether or not those actions and permissible in the context of accomplishing the objectives which you accomplish without having enough blowback to destroy whatever you're trying to do. We realize that. And because we realize that, we will have negotiations with you and sneak attack you. We will murder Soleimani. We would do all of these things. These things are perfectly okay with us. We would destroy Syria, where they have Alawites being blown up in churches and murdered when people go door to door as a direct result of our actions of overthrowing that state. We would destroy Iraq and get 1 million Iraqis killed. We would pay for kill squads in South America. We would train and fund Nazis to overthrow the government of Ukraine. We are okay with doing those things. We will overthrow your government, most of that, because he decides, hey, maybe we should use more oil for the citizens of this country. Time for that guy to go. This country needs more freedom. Here's the Shah. If you notice, the specter of the Shah started to pipe up out of the blue. Why do you think he was doing that? Did you think he just came out of nowhere? That he was, just randomly making speeches on Twitter of all places? They were going for your head. They were trying to overthrow your government. And God bless you, you had the physical and military capability to stand strong in the face of them doing so. But let's be clear, you have made mistakes. And, Israel, not necessarily trying to take a lesson from your enemy, but their article on this is not entirely wrong. Some of this stuff is ludicrous, but where they're pointing out Iran did everything wrong. General Aviv details Iran's strategic errors. Like I said, some of this is ludicrous. A lot of it is not. So yes, forgive my brutality in this moment. But let me bring in my guests. am joined with the man himself. Oh, come on, come on, come on. There we are. Damn it, Piers. What the hell is going on? There we are. Piers Robinson. How you doing,
Hi.
Piers? You doing all right today?
I'm doing
Piers
well. Thank you.
Excellent. Piers Robinson is co-director for the Organization of Propaganda Studies. Piers, I was, you may have caught the tail end of that, but just to give you some context so you don't think I'm a madman. Pezeshkian was having a conversation with his press office and basically released a statement. And he says, quote, "We're ready to settle problems between the United States and us on the basis of international norms. We have never demanded anything going beyond our legitimate rights." This was what the press office quoted. He said, "In this context, we welcome any assistance from our friendly and brotherly countries." Now, Pezeshkian is saying this in the context of information coming out that his government wanted to make amends with the U.S. and believed that they could make amends with the U.S. as we were knocking over government after government, as Syria fell, as Hezbollah was decapitated, and that in his mind, we can make amends with them. And we don't want to get too close to the Russians because we think that would hurt us for making amends with the West. Now, you put out a piece where you were pointing out this is, what, 20 years in the making? For them to finally get to the point of overthrowing Syria, where they could finally be right there at the doorstep of Iran. And that monster knocked. The notion that all of these people died, I think like nearly 1,000 Iranians died. Yes, they gave Israel a pounding that Israel has not had in my lifetime, not in modern memory. But they paid a toll for that. And the notion that you get snuck attack by the U.S., where they were obviously working in coordination with Israel. Israel wouldn't do it without the U.S. permission, without the green light. And at the end of that, the day later, you're like, hey, we're perfectly open to making amends. And I was showing the audience what Israel was coming out with, where they were effectively saying, we will use a Lebanon model. It says Israel sees Lebanon as this model for ensuring that Iran does not rebuild its weapons. What is the Lebanon model? To effectively get a ceasefire and then go with military strikes and kill people during the ceasefire. And what did Donald Trump put out? And I'm letting you come in now. I just want to make this point clear. So you don't think I'm crazy. It's like, why is Jamal being a hard ass about this? Trump puts out a bomb Iran video on his own homepage, on his own social media, with words, as the gentleman points out, we need to kill the Ayatollah. Time for turn Iran into a parking lot, put the Ayatollah in a box, went to a mosque, gonna throw some rocks, bomb Iran. Those are two very different messages that are coming out these camps. Give me your take on that before we step into the other part.
Okay. I mean, first of all actors in these situations will say things in order to create impressions, and what they say may not be what they actually mean or intend to do. And people are calling bluffs and so on. This, in these kind of situations, that is always going on. So, if there's, Trump's, that video there, I mean, as we're learning with Trump, he's capable of saying very different things one day to the next. So is Tulsi Gabbard, his DNI, obviously, as we have discovered. I mean, some of that might be a symptom of uncertainty and confusion within the ranks, or it might be entirely deliberate and designed to confuse and so on. And at the moment, I'm sort of open to persuasion on either of those. I think in one sense, there is a lot of instability and confusion because in some ways, the US, Israel are in a tight corner at the moment. But in other ways, I think that sort of this idea of, perhaps when you are in those positions of weaknesses, of essentially sort of creating confusion and so on by saying different things, etc., calling for peace in one moment, ceasefire, and then issuing videos such as that helps sort of keep everyone sort of unsure about your actual intentions. It could be even more simple. That video you showed, it could be more simple explanation in terms of Trump simply trying to, he's going down one particular direction at the moment, but he's simply trying to play to one of his constituencies within the US. who are going to warm to that kind of thing. Yeah. I.e. the Republican sort of bomb them hard mentality, etc. So who knows for sure what exactly is going on. But I think, I think this saying different things and sending mixed messages, etc., is part of the strategy that all actors employ. Now, in terms of Iran, I think it's what you're suggesting, Iran sort of appearing sort of to go along with this, let's go down the diplomatic path, is you were talking about, and so on. Well, for sure, they're going to be saying that at this point in time. I mean, they've had considerable success in holding off this regime change attempt, and I think it was a serious attempt at toppling the Iranian government. And now in that position of victory, why not play the card of we're open to diplomacy, we're open to finding settlements and so on, because you're maintaining, in a sense, the moral high ground by doing that. So why not? It doesn't mean that they really believe that Trump or the West or Israel, as you rightly pointed out, is suddenly going to give up overnight on essentially, when I say regime change, regime in inverted commas, right? That's CIA.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know. Just
that is going to go away. And even if, for example, and I'm not saying this is the case, even if Trump is who he says he is, and he's going to stick to his agenda of taking America away from these imperial wars, even if that is the case. Sorry, my chair's just gone on that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Please continue talking. I'm still here. I hear water running. I just want to check it, but please talk. I'm listening.
Yeah, even if that is the case, that Trump is maneuvering the US towards, it's still very clear, and it will be very clear to the Iranians that all of those power blocks in the West and that overlaps with Israel, who are hell bent on regime change in Iran, are still there. They're not going to go away, and they're going to try everything within their power in order to make sure that Trump follows through ultimately with, if not sufficient energy put into creating an internal uprising, a full-blown war. And the Iranians will know that. And so I don't think they're going to be so foolish as to think that sort of the road is open to diplomatic settlements now. I suspect they will capitalize upon their military successes, in a sense, shore up their position and wait for the next moves. I suppose the other things I'm hearing from people sort of saying, well, Iran should just keep going. I understand, and no one can be 100% sure what the right tactical decision is at this point in time, and no one knows. No one has a monopoly on the best approach to take. You could see Iran considering, okay, if you're challenging an empire, and the empire is in decline, and if you want to exert enough pressure and force to, as it were, stop that empire from taking you out, you also want to avoid provoking an overreaction at some point, which you can't control, i.e. a dramatic escalation. As some of us were wondering about in the last week, are they actually going to use a nuclear device against Iran, or a kind of escalation where you just have a pretty full-blown air war with American air bases being attacked, the American president coming under more and more pressure to escalate from his domestic base and so on. So Iran might be thinking, this is the smartest move at this point in time. We've, as it were, pushed the bear back, but you don't want to create a situation where the bear overreacts at this point, and then you're handling a bigger military situation than is in your interest at this point in time.
Agreed.
So, I guessing obviously, but I think those are the kind of calculations which might well be going on, certainly from the Iranian side. But I mean, I can't see inside the minds of the people in control in Iran, but I'd be extremely surprised if they are, or if any significant number of them are naive enough to think that this is it, that it's all over, that the war is all over.
Agreed. Yeah. And Piers, I want to say this before I respond. You're fantastic. I still disagree with you.
Okay,
and then let me explain why. I don't think there's any confusion at all in the Trump administration about what they want to do. I think Trump may be shocked that Israel failed, because I suspect that they were probably telling him, hey, we can do this. Hey, we can take them over. We can do all that stuff. I agree with you that it was a putsch attempt, that they were trying to knock the government over.
Yeah.
I agree with you that Iran was able to beat that putsch attempt back. Totally agree on that front. I think my main issue is Pezeshkian was the guy that wanted to negotiate, despite what was obviously a hostile actor in the situation. The U.S., as I keep pointing out, your very existence is the issue. It's not, you can be one of these submissive Saudi governments or UAE or one of these other governments, but ultimately you don't want to be that. And because you don't want to be that, then you're in a position where you're in opposition just because you exist. And you need to act accordingly to that. And then, like for me, the idea that all of these people died in a sneak attack war, but with the U.S. and Israel working arm in arm together, and your first response a day later, when you know all of those people died as a result of that, is we are perfectly willing to work with the United States. I'm saying even if that's just theater, that looks horrible, especially considering you're the guy that wanted to negotiate in the first place and is skewed, what for all intents and purposes, assistance with Big Brother Bear, where Israel may have never attacked you, if indeed you had that association with Russia. I mean, would Israel really risk going after the Iranians if they know, meaning the biggest disadvantage that Iran has in this conflict, and part of the reason why they probably didn't turn Israel to glass is that Israel has nukes. Okay, well, that's leveled off if you're dealing with someone else that has a missile shield over you that also has nukes. They may not have been willing to attack you in this way. Hell, even with the air defense, they may not have been willing to do this, or at the very least may not have been able to kill this many people. Pezeshkian was that guy. And so him coming out immediately saying, after like 1,000 Iranians are dead, we're willing to work with the U.S. when the U.S. effectively worked with Israel for
too big a sign of weakness, you're saying, essentially.
It looks horrible. It looks horrible.
Sure, but that's the immediate response, right? And I assume this, because I haven't seen this, I assume this is within the last 24 hours. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So,
And one last point, just before I let you jump in. Syria. The U.S. spent, 15 years pecking away at Syria until Syria collapsed. So this is an opening into Iran. This is not, like you said, this is not the end point. Everybody knows that this is just the opening, pecking away at Iran. They've just gotten to the point of being able to knock down Syria, where they can finally get to the point of making inroads into Iran. So strength is a bit better here. I'm not saying go bomb stuff. I think I even said that they were correct in not bombing the U.S. base. I didn't even think they were going to respond, frankly. I thought they were just going to focus on Israel. I thought it was even a potential too much of a provocation, not knowing where the U.S.'s head was. Because the U.S. could have said, oh my God, you attacked us. Even if it's a fake attack, we're now getting involved. It depends on where their mind was.
Well, it was enough to show intent and capability. I know the missiles were shot down, but of course they were shot down because they only fired 6. It showed, but it demonstrated intent and capability, especially if they'd used hypersonics, which would have got through. So it's sending a very clear message to the Americans.
Don't back us into a corner. Yeah.
Well, if this carries on, this is where it will end up.
Exactly.
And so on.
So I guess I don't fully disagree. I guess I just disagree in the context.
I don't disagree. Okay. I think it's important. That's one single statement. We need to see in the coming weeks, unless the situation just kicks off again, we need to see how the various elite blocs within Iran maneuver and respond. You're talking about, obviously, the Prime Minister obviously making this response in a statement and so on, but then we're going to have to see how what he says and how other blocs within Iran. Because I know there has been this criticism, and my colleague David Miller makes this, that the Iranian elite has moved into this space of sort of co-optation / cooperation, which is bad, which is not recognizing the reality of the regime change objectives.
Exactly.
But we've just been through what we've been through, and the rhetoric didn't stay on nuclear program for very long. It shifted straight to regime change, and of course they were triggering assets within Iran, trying to overthrow the Iranian government. So, it's going to be very, very difficult to hold the line within the Iranian political establishment that these guys really want to have negotiations and peace and settlements with us. I think that the hand will be the hand of essentially those who do recognize the reality of Iran's the threat to Iran's existence, their hand will be strengthened by what has happened over the last few weeks. And so let's see how this plays out in the coming weeks. And I agree, if in a few weeks' time we have Iran just falling into the trap of playing along with these, essentially all of these deceptions by the West and Israel, then yep, you're right, they haven't learned the lesson. But that might not be the case. We've been through a very significant event, I think, over the last 12 days, which is effectively, and they have resisted what they wanted to achieve. And I bet the kind of communication, again, this question of where is Trump in all of this, I bet it's very plausible that Trump was told by his advisors, this will be just like Syria. We've just toppled Assad and so on. Because you saw the same kind of nonsense being delivered to Bill Clinton over Kosovo in 1999, when Madeleine Albright was saying it will be as easier as Bosnia 95 in Operation Deliberate Force and so on. And he sort of bought into that sort of comparison that his advisors were making. Madeleine Albright was saying this, and went ahead and bombed and just made the situation much, much worse. And I'm betting this kind of flawed analogy with Syria, that's the kind of argument which might have been put to Trump, which made him think, hey, yeah, this is an opportunity here. We've just dealt with Syria. Now we can do Iran and so on, and just went for it. But, it's failed. It's failed very spectacularly. I think Iran has probably taken now the opportunity to deal with, to a very large extent, a lot of these sleeper cells which were in the country. I saw that 3 people were executed today by the Iranian authorities. So, they're going to be on top of that. Sorry?
I think it was like 700 people arrested, something like that.
Right. Okay.
With pipe bombs, drones, etc.
They're going to be, in a sense, it'd be difficult to make the argument, as I said, that the West and Israel is not intent on the overthrow of the Iranian government. And they have access to all the information that you and I do. I bet they've seen Wesley Clark's 7 countries in 5 years, etc. They know what's going on. And I think their hand will be strengthened, certainly in relation to the moderates and so on. There'll be a whole rally effect around, sort of Iran's success over the last 12 days, and that will mobilize the population. So we'll see. But to, in a sense, agree with what you're saying to an extent, it has to be all of us need to be extremely sort of aware and cognizant that this isn't over, that the West and Israel are going to continue to maneuver. And I think there's parallels with Ukraine. I mean, we have the NATO summit going on at the moment. I mean, these are 2 of the flashpoints of the Western Empire sort of attempt to maintain hegemony, one against Russia, one in the Middle East to try to take out Iran finally after all these years. And these drives are clearly not going away. There's clearly no suggestion that NATO is going to back down from its belligerent stance in relation to Russia. And these are big conflicts. These are huge conflicts which can escalate and so on. So, the war machine is pushing hard still, and it's going to push hard on Iran, undoubtedly. So we all need to be very, very aware of that. And I agree. So in a sense, I empathize with the sentiment of don't get fooled. And any sign that Iran is going to get fooled is worrying, and one should speak out against, or try and highlight that this is a bad move and so on. So.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying this stuff out of a bad place. I'm saying out of angst. I've seen what happened to Syria. I was around when Libya collapsed, when Iraq collapsed. All those people died. And it's almost like you could see the movements. I mean, Israel was very straightforward. Hey, we've taken down Syria. Now we can go after Iran. And there was a huge amount of pressure on Donald Trump to do it. I also agree with you about the maneuvering of presidents. I've had Colonel Wilkerson on the show. And Colonel Wilkerson was pointing out, and not just Colonel Wilkerson, Command Chief Dennis Fritz, I forget, there was somebody else who pointed out the way presidents get maneuvered, where they would tell him, hey, here's the intelligence. Everything looks great. I know we can do this. This is what's going to happen. Larry Johnson was saying that they were telling Trump Iran is running out of missiles, which sounds very familiar to Russia's running out of missiles. They're fighting with shovels, this stuff. And, you have somebody who's not all that much cognizant of the world, doesn't know much about foreign policy, is just kind of a business guy, and he wants to win. And he thinks, I think you're right. This can be like Syria. We can overthrow it. I can be shaking Jelani's hand. You're, tough guy, good looking beard, or whatever the hell he was saying. And Trump might have been shocked when it fell apart. Like he was crowing the first day. 48 hours later, he's like, we don't have anything to do with this. Don't hit our boats. It's just astonishing. People thought he had dementia. What do you think? No, please.
Right, sorry, I cut you off.
No, please. I was just going to say, what do you think it goes from here? But please, make your point.
Well, no, I was just going to say sort of Trump's, and of course this is humorous, although this is a grim situation, Trump's use of the F word in front of the presidential helicopter before being flown off, presumably to go to NATO summit. It does kind of make you think, did he at that point feel somewhat misled by his advisors over the last few weeks, precisely that sort of this is going to work, and it hasn't worked, and they've had to effectively, it appears at least to have, they're the ones who blinked first, right? Not Iran. Right. And so on. So, he's angry, and hence the F word comes out. I mean, I remember reading sort of literature surrounding sort of Bill Clinton over Bosnia and Serbia, and apparently he used to sort of, hit the roof when I think it was NATO soldiers to buildings saying don't carry out airstrikes and so on, and he's absolutely livid and swearing in the Oval Office and so on. So I wonder if there's a little bit of that going on, but again, it's this idea of the leaders being misled and maneuvered into various positions, and then when it all goes wrong, they realize that they have been, as it were, in a sense, they're a little bit misled. So I think that could be going on, but who knows? Maybe there's absolutely no uncertainty, and Trump's knows exactly what he's doing and so on. It doesn't change the fact they're still in a difficult position now following what has happened.
Go into that.
Where this goes from that? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no. I was just saying, go into that for me, because you said they are in a difficult position now going forward.
I mean, where this goes from here is that I think. Okay, let's think of this in broad terms. The war machine is not giving up the ghost, as in the elite groupings in the West and so on, and their allies in the Middle East are holding to the line, or in the Ukraine and in the Middle East, and that clearly there's no signs of that coming to a halt in the immediate future. At the same time, I only see the West's position as considerably weakened. I think that the genocide against Palestinians has isolated the West globally, and that's not going to go away anytime soon, probably never. So this kind of the whole moral legitimacy of the West, which when you think about it, Western imperialism has always been built upon this idea that we are the force for good in the world. There's a white man's burden, all of these things which build up the ideology of the West. That's fundamentally undercut now by what the Israelis have done to the Palestinians in Gaza and continue to do. So, that legitimacy crisis is going to persist. And the military crisis of the Western Empire, I think, has really become very, very clear in the Ukraine. I think that the hypersonic missile issue, and you've seen this playing out with Iran and Russia in Ukraine, the inability of our military to actually defend against those systems because they're simply too fast, and we don't have these missiles, means that we have a crisis of military credibility. And I think I would suggest that's very significant, and that will be running through the veins of a lot of the military commanders. For example, a commander who's been asked you've got to take your guys, your aircraft carriers into the Straits of Hormuz and so on. And what's going to be going through his mind or her mind is this, can I protect my people? And the answer is no, you can't. This is not Top Gun in the 80s, where American imperial dominance, and it's true, was underpinned by overwhelming firepower and ability to project power through its carrier fleets. No one else had this. Absolutely no one else in the world, and so on. And that simply isn't the case. That kind of supremacy is gone. So I think those are the two big, one could call more structural problems that the West has, is the declining credibility of its military capability, and then the legitimacy absolutely undermined by the genocide. And I'm leaving out the economics, right? The West, I mean, if you look at anywhere in the West, either the US or in Europe, you see societies which are significantly, which are struggling with poverty, division, polarization, and so on. So, we are not the countries that we were in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and so on. And, if you want to go rolling around the world playing sort of we're the imperial master here and mobilizing troops to go into war zones and so on, you need some level of cohesion back home amongst your population. And I don't see that. I was in LA a couple of years ago, and I was just shocked at the people on drugs everywhere, parks full of people sleeping in tents and so on.
Yes.
These are problems across the West. So we have a lack of internal cohesion. And I think if you add these big things together, I think that going forward, we're obviously in a bumpy ride. We're obviously being controlled and led by people who, A, are extremely dangerous, and B, have completely absorbed their own propaganda, drunk their own Kool-Aid and so on about Western supremacy and how we're going to defeat Russia, how their missiles will run out in a couple of days kind of thing. And so we have got a problem with the people we have in charge. As I say, I mean Western populations. And so this is going to be a bumpy ride, but I think that the bigger picture structural reality is that this is one-way path of imperial decline, whether we like it or not. Whatever people try and do to try and shore up Western hegemony is not going to work. So, we're in for a bumpy ride. Reality will exert itself finally upon the West and Western elites. I just hope that not too many more people have to be killed in the meantime before that happens.
Yeah, that's the terrifying part, right? It's like how when people get desperate, drowning man, they just grab onto anything. And as you point out, like the propaganda studies thing is pertinent to this. I mean, when we have our big glossy stores, when we're competing against the Soviet Union and we're making our argument, well, we're a better society, is because, they're a repressive state and we're open. Look at our stores, look at Hollywood. Okay, that's a hell of an argument to make. But as you point out, California, I was shocked by how bad California was when I was sent for an assignment. Like my first time seeing a drug needle, California. People shooting up in the dark spaces of the hotel, even though it was a pretty decent hotel. Hundreds of thousands of people are homeless. That's the state. I remember meeting this guy in Egypt, and he was like, I've never seen anything like it. And like, he's telling me about shanty towns in California when we're in Egypt, which is not necessarily the most richest country on the planet. That propaganda gets more intense. It has to, because it has to cover more. And so, you have to go after people on social media. Germany has to kick down doors, grab people and take them away from tweeting something. The UK does have to go after, Richard Medhurst, because they don't like what he's saying. Or the EU has to kick out those journalists because they don't like what they're saying in regards to, I think there was like 2 Russian correspondents, or they were Europeans, but they were covering like Russian media or something like that. And they effectively kicked them out the EU. That is outrageous. And that's not what I think of it from a liberal government or from, let's say, a liberal society. The U.S. has a First Amendment, so we're a little bit more insulated from it, but they still try to find ways around it. Give me the role of propaganda in all of this. I mean, because even with Iran, they're going to show footage of, oh my God, Iran hit a hospital. And it's like, dude, Israel hit 93% of the hospitals in Gaza. Are you really making this argument right now? Or I was showing this video of this woman at an apartment complex saying, oh my God, it split the apartment in half. It just split it in half. This like, she was like, these animals. Effectively what she's trying to argue, right? And I would show the video of Gaza like, this is what they have done. How are you making this argument? It's like you're prick us and we bleed and scream, despite the fact that we're, going after people with a machete. It's amazing. Look, I got to be honest with you. I didn't notice it until working at a radio station. And you watch that stuff and you're like, whoa, they are repeating stuff that is not indicative of reality, per se, or at the very least drops context. Dig into that for me. Because the attacks on Iran, on some level, demands that level of propaganda. How else do you justify, well, they're getting a bomb? The IAEA, no. Tulsi Gabbard, no. Okay, what are you using for this? Well, the Israelis taught this. Oh, really? Is that what you're going with, huh? Give me a take on this.
Well, I think, I mean, in one sense, you're correct that the propaganda is extreme because the situation is extreme, and you know, none of this can be maintained unless you, as it were, you crank up the propaganda campaigns. And we've been in a world for some time now where Western foreign policy is so extreme that, you know, if anyone who has the vaguest inkling of what is actually going on, they look at the mainstream media and they just think, well, that's an utter inversion of reality. It's not even what you describe as a partial take on reality. It's just an inversion of reality and so on. And of course, in the simplest way, Western propaganda is all about we are side of justice and right and so on, and we are the side who is always, you know, sort of okay, we're the ones who are victims of external aggression and so on, whereas in reality the opposite is the case. You know, we're the ones who are attacking other countries, and we clearly, you know, do not hold this kind of position of moral supremacy in the international system. We're actually the bad guys and so on. So, you know, Western publics have to be told all of these things because, you know, if they knew the reality, they wouldn't accept it. I mean, this is, you know, John Mearsheimer's point, actually, in a related issue in his book, Why Leaders Lie, which was from 2010. And he talks about the way in which deception is an integral part of politics. And if you think of sort of propaganda and deception as overlapping, which they are, not all propaganda is deception, but they certainly do overlap and so on. That Western country, you know, in Western populations, you know, because they will not sort of tolerate governments invading countries for unjustified reasons and so on, and you know, all wars, you know, according to liberal principles, need to be fought within the framework of international law, etc. Because that's the basic norm in Western societies. But when that isn't happening, Western governments, more so than authoritarian governments, have to engage in lying and propagandizing their publics and so on. That's sort of the point that Mearsheimer was reaching for in his book, and I think that is the case. You know, we do need to tell our publics very big lies because we have been acting as an empire. We have been attacking countries, exploiting countries for many decades, and you know, the only way you're going to be able to carry that with enough of the population is if you just tell them lies about what's going on. So you tell them that sort of, you know, we're here for a humanitarian intervention to help people, when really you're there simply to overthrow a government and, you know, make a country open to your own big companies to exploit and so on. So, you know, propaganda is integral in all societies, but particularly for the West, and when it comes to Western foreign policy, because you just got to tell people lies, otherwise they won't tolerate the policies which are pursued. I think the problem now is that, of course, we're in a world where people don't really trust the mainstream media anymore for very good reason. More and more people absorb their information from people such as you and all of the other independent media, and there's a huge sort of vast ocean of that now, which enriches, I think, sort of public understanding of what's going on. And, you know, that causes them to maybe clamp down, as you were just describing, in terms of starting to prosecute people and so on, and that kind of hard-nosed sort of pressuring of controlling the boundaries of dissent and conversation has certainly increased in recent years. But they are, I think, you know, in an uphill struggle in all of this. I think that as soon as they get up to a point where most people aren't really listening to the mainstream media, and you're right, sort of the mainstream media is painful to watch. If you just glance at it for a few seconds, you realize how distorted it is. But do you know what? It's a really small bubble of middle-class professional type people who are still clinging to that as their gospel. Everyone else, I mean, the man and the woman on the street had stopped paying attention a long time ago, and there are more and more people, even into the sort of the professional classes now, who are deviating away from the mainstream media. So this is an increasingly small bubble that the propaganda directly gets pumped to now in the West. And you know, they have various tricks up their sleeve, and you know, the algorithms, the manipulation of social media, that's all in play. But I'd also suggest that there are limits to how much control they can exert on that. In a way, X has been a demonstration of that, or Twitter has been a demonstration of that, and which is why they've moved to this kind of more coercive approach. So you have legislation imposed to try to control disinformation, for example, and then the whole fact-checking regimes which you have created, the censorship industrial complex, as Matt Taibbi described it, and Schellenberger, and so on. But I think even those attempts to control are struggling. I don't know how much people pay attention to fact-checkers anymore because they just don't trust them, and so on. I think, the point at which they move to sort of formal censorship, then they've lost themselves completely. Because as you said before, that's basically incompatible with a democracy. So in a sense, they know they can't quite go to there, because otherwise everyone says, well, what are we fighting for? Because we're not, so they lose that part of the narrative. So I think there are limits. And in Germany here, it was Berliner Zeitung. My wife reads that paper, and she says that it's an established mainstream German paper, and they're actually doing a pretty good job of pushing back against the establishment narrative now. So that's one, long-standing mainstream German newspaper, which, and again, it's not going to be perfect. They won't be as good as you and the Independents, but they are at least pushing back against some of the war propaganda and so on. So, I think, as we move further down the road into crisis of Western hegemony, I think you might see more of that happening. We have, a lot of independent media. I know some independent media aren't really as independent as they appear to be, and I'm thinking of Democracy Now!
It's like, here's some dollars, right? right.
But there are lots of really good independent media. So there's a lot of pluralization of discourse going on there, and then you have maybe some of the established media, maybe one or two of them will break rank, in time. We'll see. I have no faith in the UK. The Guardian, the Times, and the Telegraph, I think, are so riddled with, I suspect, intelligence-linked actors. There's no hope for them. I assume it's the case in the EU. What would your view be on CNN? Is CNN ever likely to? Probably not.
No, I don't see it. It's like you have to read between the lines on that stuff. It's kind of like Mark Twain said, like you read the news to figure out what they're talking about now for what's true. It's like, and sometimes you're like The Guardian, I think it was The Guardian or one of those articles that says contractors are coming in order to help walled communities. Okay, they're talking about concentration camps, or they're talking about, they're referring to areas in Gaza where they've cordoned people off into these camps where Israel has been killing these people. And they describe it as like walled communities. And it's like, okay, dude, are you serious right now? Or they use this very passive language when they're talking about people getting killed, but they use very aggressive language when they're talking about, somebody else getting killed that they don't like. That it's so over the top. But you have to kind of read between the lines, and you'd be surprised at the stuff they would admit, 10 paragraphs down, line 59 or something like that. It's there. It's just so heaped on with certain language and the way they say it and this kind of weird context. No, it's very strange the way that stuff works. But this stuff, it puts you around Hunger Games. It's like it's there in pursuit of it. It's almost like the media is not an independent actor. The media is never an independent actor. Like you can't even keep a war going without a media being okay with the fact that you're pursuing a war. And as you point out, the language that they use, how they talk about something, the framing that they give to it. Like US, for example, would say, well, the question and the framing of it will be, does Iran have a bomb? Because if you frame it that way, it's, well, if they do, somehow it justifies us going and killing a lot of people. If they don't, then somehow it doesn't justify it, as opposed to the entire question being somewhat ludicrous. Israel has a nuclear bomb. Is it okay for us to go and bomb Israel? Well, that doesn't come up. Right? That's not that's not part of the conversation.
Outside the frame of reference.
Yeah, it's so wild. Like the way they frame these conversations, because the framing is the thing that allows you to accomplish an objective either way. Like meaning whether that answer is yes or no, it's an argument. And the very fact that people are arguing makes you think that they're arguing about something legit. which creates a justification either way, because at that point you're just dealing with a poll that says, well, 40% don't think they do, 50% think they do. So it makes it okay that the president does it. It's wild the way, I don't know. It's once I got into media, you start paying more attention to the way the media functions. I don't know. Piers, last question, last comment before I let you go. Does Iran get a bomb?
I think I'm probably with sort of Mearsheimer's analysis on this, that that's in the absence of a serious attempt, picking up on what you just said, on a serious attempt to get Israel to surrender its nuclear capability, that's the most sensible path for Iran to adopt. And again, it's linking back, especially given what we were saying before, is that the forces driving for overthrow the Iranian government are not going to go away anytime soon. So, and of course, that was Mearsheimer's provocative argument, wasn't it, years back? The safest world is one where just about all the major players have nuclear weapons, and so on, to create stability and so on. So, I won't go quite as far as that. I'd say in the absence of, because you're right. I mean, it's such an elephant in the room, Israel's nuclear capability. And so the fact that that's never on the table for discussions and so on. So in the absence of that, it's the only logical course for Iran to pursue, I would suggest. And even if you do point at like the B-2 bombing of those nuclear stations, as Scott Ritter does, that this is just symbolic and so on. There was nothing there, etc. I mean, It's still demonstrating intent. I mean, if you had an Iranian bomber dropping those kind of weaponry on U.S. soil and so on, it would focus the mind and so on. So
excuse me, Piers. Excuse me. I hate to interrupt you, but our leaders said that we weren't bombing Iran; we were just bombing their nuclear sites. Yeah,
I know the whole sort of Bill Clinton. I didn't inhale, and all of these kind of things which politicians say, which you kind of cause you to pause, and
depends on what your definition of biz is, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
Piers Robinson, my man, thank you for this, man. I
good to talk.
I always appreciate you joining me. I really do. Where can people find you? I have a co-director for the Organization for Propaganda Studies, and I have, obviously you're on Twitter at Piers Robinson 1. But is there anywhere else that people can find you?
Yeah, also International Center for 9/11 Justice. I'm the research director there, so people can check me out there. But most of my sort of work and affiliations are on my Twitter handle, which is, I think, Piers.Robinson1. And also still, as you know, still working away on the OPCW Syria chemical weapons issue, and a lot of material on that on the Berlin Group 21 website, because that issue still rumbles on, and relevance again. I think given what we see with the IAEA, corrupted international organizations, OPCW, IAEA, there's a pattern here of the use of these organizations to rubber stamp regime change wars and so on. So
apparently Grossi was giving over information to the Israelis, in which they used to kill scientists. And to make that even worse, as the OPCW thing is not minor, it's not trivial. They used that as a tool to overthrow Syria, which is what allowed them to get closer to Iran to make this attack in the first place.
Absolutely. I mean, people used to say to me that the OPCW, this is just that small matter of chemical weapons allegations in Syria. It's a huge issue, and it's a huge case study of the way in which these international organizations established supposedly to maintain peace have actually become essentially mechanisms for war, as triggers for war, and of propaganda for war. And so, it's a huge issue, and it continues to play on, as you say, both in terms of that material sense that the Syrian government was overthrown, creating the conditions for the current attack on Iran, and so on. But Iran, you have the IAEA, as you said, that there seems to be a lot of information coming out now that they were compromised. And there's a pattern here. You go back to Iraq, 2003, weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. You had Blix offering a degree of resistance. They kicked Jose Bastani out of the OPCW. Remember, John Bolton forced him out in the run-up to the Iraq War because he wouldn't play ball with the US and so on. So they had to rein in the OPCW at that point. and so on. So this is, an incredibly important story of the way in which these international organizations become corrupted, and have been corrupted and serve the purposes of war, which is, of course, the UN was there to stop all of this, right? And these are all UN-linked organizations,
Yep.
so IAEA and the OPCW. So it's a corruption of our sort of cherished institutions, is one way of putting it.
Yeah.
Sorry,
World was falling off its axis. Piers, man, thank you for this. I really appreciate it. Always enjoy these conversations. I really do. Thank you for this.
Good to talk. Okay.
You have a good one. Be safe, all right?
Bye.
All right. And going from one damn good guest to another, we are joined with the man himself, Dan Kovalik. Dan Kovalik is, there we are. He's an American human rights, labor rights lawyer and political activist. He previously taught at the International Human Rights at the University of Pittsburgh. That is a whole story by itself that it still blows my mind, but I guess it shouldn't blow my mind at this point. How you doing, Dan? You doing okay today?
I'm good. How are you? Always good to be here.
I'm doing good. I'm apologies for the delay. I don't I got screamed at once before when I hurried one of my guests off. I think it was Kofi. And I was like, Kofi, he was in mid-sentence. I was like, Kofi, I have to let you go. And the audience was like, boo, you're a horrible person. I was like, okay. I need to do a better way. Find a better way of doing that. I'm sorry.
All good.
I would like to pose a question to you.
Mm-hmm.
And this was something that Brian Belletic posed. And I have a very aggressive poster, like as a thumbnail. I think I call him Weak Leader Pezeshkian. I was in my feelings when I made the thumbnail because I was reading a response that Pezeshkian gave when he was in a conversation with MBS. And he said something to the effect of, yeah, we're looking forward to resolving our differences with America and effectively moving forward. And I'm like, dude, it has been one day, and they have just killed 1,000 Iranians in a sneak attack. Is this really the message you're supposed to be communicating right now? And I was showing how Donald Trump was playing bomb Iran on his direct Truth Social account, and Israel talking even before the ceasefire. Yeah, we're going to have a Lebanon model where we're just going to go effectively on killing sprees when we need to in order to stop them from reconstituting their nuclear program. And you have Pezeshkian, I guess, trying to be, the adult in the room, which I don't consider to be the adult in the room, saying stuff like this. Yeah, we're going to work with our Americans. Correct me if I'm wrong. The issue with Iran for America is that it exists. And if that's true, then how can you really negotiate in those terms? Like, even if what he's saying here is just for public consumption. Okay, Iran is the public also. Is that really the consumption after all of this that you want your public to come away with? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being a hard ass, but give me your thoughts.
No, I think look, I think by now the idea of negotiating with the U.S. and Israel, has to be seen as a fool's errand, right? We can just look at numerous instances in which the U.S. and Israel agree to things, the other side agrees and complies, and then the U.S. and Israel just unilaterally break the deal, right? You see this over and over with the negotiations with Hamas, right, where the ceasefires are never they're unilateral ceasefires, right? They agree to a ceasefire. Hamas ceases fire, but Israel never ceases fire. Same thing in Lebanon, right? We're seeing that right now. There's a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, and yet Israel has continued to attack Lebanon when it feels like it, continues to occupy parts of South Lebanon. The deals you make with the U.S. and Israel and the West, excuse me, in general, aren't worth the paper they're printed on. And again, one other example, just so I don't sound like I'm just speaking in generalities, are the Minsk agreements that the West agreed to with Russia, which were supposed to create peace in Ukraine. And then we find out later from Angela Merkel and President Macron of France
How
that the
long?
West never intended to abide by them. It was just to buy time for Ukraine to build up its armaments to fight
Right.
Russia. So, I'm not making this all up. Like, the West admits we make agreements and it's up to you to abide by them. When we decide we don't want to anymore, we don't. I mean, obviously, this goes. I mean, we can go back to the founding of the United States and the deals that were made with Native Americans, and so yeah,
JCPOA.
the JPOA. I mean, JCPOA. Yes, I mean, Trump tore that up, even though Iran was abiding by it. The U.S. never fully abided by it, right? The
Yep.
U.S. never fully ended the sanctions against Iran as promised, but Iran complied with its part of the bargain. So now, what Iran is saying about wanting to work with the Americans, I mean, look, the problem is when you live in this world, the U.S. is still the most powerful country in the world militarily. So, I mean, it's, you kind of, if you want to exist, you kind of have to find a way to navigate those waters, right? Um, Again, it's kind of like someone,
Dan,
yeah,
we are making no pretense about trying. We went for their head. Like, meaning this is not like we have a relationship and we're frenemies, or we have a relationship and we're pretending to be friends. This is, I have just tried to decapitate your country. I have literally just tried to overthrow your country a day ago. So this is not like it's not me that is not willing to get along. It's you who's not willing to
yes.
get along.
Well,
And you made that
yeah,
clear to me by decapitating our scientists, having a sneak attack where you killed and tried to kill our leadership, openly talking about murdering Ayatollah, the Ayatollah. Like, these were things that the US was doing, not Iran. Iran was negotiating something that they frankly shouldn't have been negotiating at all. I would argue that the fact that they were negotiating something that they shouldn't have been negotiating is them trying to get along. Pezeshkian is the moderate. That is the guy that
yes.
is skewed working with Russia in order to get closer to the United States. I'm saying they were trying to get along, and their response to appeasement was decapitation, or at the very least, the attempted decapitation of the government to turn it into a failed state.
Well, yes. Again, I don't disagree with you, and I don't think Iran is at all naive about this. I think, though, that what they've done very well here is they've positioned themselves to be the good guys, right? I mean, the
I do.
world sees them as the good guys. They see them as the party that did try to make a deal, that did try to get along, and that it was Israel and the U.S. that broke the peace, right? And that's good for Iran. That's smart. I mean, I think that is the smart move. I think what they say doesn't really matter. I think it's what they do. And I actually think, in many ways, I disagree with them. Well, ending the conflict with Israel.
Oh, I want to step into that. But finish your point. I definitely want to step into that.
Yeah. But I mean, I think that you have to give them credit. Here's a country that's been vilified by the West since
Yes.
1979, right? In a very effective way, right? I mean,
Yeah.
when I was growing up
They were the
in
boogeyman.
the 70s and 80s, the Ayatollah of Iran was considered like Satan,
Yeah, he was terrifying. Yeah.
and that they've now been able to really change their image, and they look really good even to many people in the United States. I mean, it's very hard to, there's really, as you were talking with your prior guest, the West continues to propagandize against Iran, but it's not that effective. I mean, it really, anyone looking at this rationally has to see Iran as the good guys, right? So they've done a great job in doing that, and I think they will continue to do that. And I think that's important because, they're trying to navigate very difficult waters. Again, it really is like being a little shop owner in Little
Instead of Walmart.
Italy, and you have Don Vito Corleone out there or whatever seeking tribute, and you say, "Oh, we will do our best to get along with Don Corleone." It's like, well, yeah, in some ways you don't have a choice. I mean, um,
But just to dig into this analogy, wouldn't that be like you're trying to get along with Don Corleone after he murders 5 of your waiters and blows up your car? And he
yeah.
comes back the next day and you say, hey, we're just trying to get along?
Well, but though they did hit back, and they've hit Israel back hard. I mean, that is
They
to
have.
say, it's not like they just lay down for them. The truth is,
Just be clear, I think Iran won this. I think this is a
I
massive
think they
loss
want it. That's
for the
why
U.S.
there
and
is a
Donald Trump.
ceasefire now. Look, it was
Yeah,
Israel that wanted the ceasefire, and it
exactly.
was the U.S. that kind of brokered it on behalf of Israel because they were losing.
Yes.
Now, again, from my point of view, I am very concerned for the people of Gaza, and I think Iran should have played this out to the end, because I think that Iran's confrontation with Israel is the only thing that can save the people of Gaza at this point.
Agreed.
Now, at the same time, I'm not, I'm not fighting Israel to save the people of Gaza, right? I'm not. I mean, I can't say that Iran has to do that, that they're
Right.
obligated to do that. No one else is doing it.
Agreed.
But I'm just saying, from my own vantage point, I would have liked to see Iran keep going. But, Iran, let's face it, they were paying a price too, a huge
Yeah.
price. And they have a population that they need to keep happy. Right. From my vantage point, it seems that the Iranian people have rallied around the government throughout all this. But at some point, there could be a point where they get tired of the war and then turn on the government, right? I mean, all this is a matter of timing.
Yes.
And so I don't know. I don't know all the dynamics of what's happening within Iran.
It's complicated.
It's
It is
complicated, and
complicated.
I think they've had to, very carefully calibrate all this. So, I can't be critical of them except to say that I wish someone would do something to end the suffering of the Palestinian people. We should mention, I'm sure you've already mentioned on the show, this Harvard study's come out.
400,000 people.
Yeah, there's like 400,000 missing people. That's on top of the 60,000 or so that we know are dead, right?
Wow.
So I think it's 377,000 plus 60,000. That's 430,000 people out of 2.3 million. That's a huge proportion of the people of Palestine that are probably dead now as a result of this war. And those numbers are going to go up hugely every day, because now the starvation, the thirst, it's all setting in now. I mean, people now they have no water, they have no food. And they really haven't had access to it in 3 months at least?
Been longer. I mean, keep in mind the starvation was going on even when Joe Biden was in office. Joe Biden was just hiding the information. That's why those people resigned in protest, because the government was hiding and changing the data associated with it. So the starvation campaign has gone on for like a year, if not longer.
But it's been 3 months where literally almost nothing's coming.
Yes.
Nothing. And that's also where I fault the world. Like, I keep asking myself, okay, I understand a country like China, Russia, whatever it is, they don't want to fight Israel for their own reasons. But why aren't they bringing in huge ships of aid? Israel's not going to attack a Chinese ship that tries to bring aid in. And if they did, they would get a world full of hurt, right? Or a Russian ship. or whatever. Where is the aid? Why isn't anyone trying to feed these people? And that is something that I scratch my head about.
You
Like,
should
that's,
scratch your head at it. Daniel, I think this stuff is illuminating to me. Like, this stuff is just reality. People care about things that are directly in their interests. No more, no less.
well, some people do. I mean, I can tell you, and I'm going to sound like an old man, but when I was a young man, we had something called the Soviet Union, and we had Cuba led by Fidel Castro. Cuba still exists. And they went out of their way to support the people of Southern Africa. That was a totally altruistic move on the part of
Yeah.
Cuba to fight the South African military. They helped liberate Namibia. They helped end apartheid, as Nelson Mandela acknowledged. So, yes, I mean, you're right. Most people in most states do operate out of their own self-interest. But there are moments in history where, countries have intervened at great peril to themselves to do the right thing. And honestly, again, when you look at, for example, what Cuba did in Southern Africa, where they actually put bodies on the line to carry out this fight, attempting to bring aid in, again, if you're a powerful country like a China or Russia, I don't think it's even that risky. I think that they could do it. There's no way Israel's going to attack them. I mean,
Yeah.
why isn't this happening? I don't understand it. Everyone is saying how terrible this is. And yet, again, aside from Iran and Yemen, no one's doing a thing about it. So, and all these
Viewpoint.
things are interrelated. I really
They
had
are.
hoped that Iran would not agree to a ceasefire unless the Palestinian issue, at least the Gaza issue, were also dealt with. But again, I can't blame them. They're doing much, much more than anyone else is. So, but that's where we're at.
I agree with you, kind of. So I think I agree with you more than I don't. I have a hard time criticizing Iran for stopping because they're the ones that are fighting.
Right. They're the ones fighting and dying. I can't,
Right.
yeah.
I have a hard time criticizing Iran for, let's say, military rationale because, again, they're the ones that are fighting. Like, it's like you could say, hey, you should turn that place to glass, but they're making a military calculation in regards to what they want to do as a strategy to try to proceed. So, again, I have a hard time criticizing it. I criticize it for being weak. That is a different criticism. And that criticism is coming out of angst because I am terrified that they are. When I learned that Pezeshkian didn't want to work closer with the Russians because he
Didn't
wanted
agree
to
to the
make
military pact. Right.
he wanted to make deals with America. And you look at that, you're like, what the hell are you doing? Like, how are you this naive? The United States, we have watched a genocide take place where they have evaporated over 400,000 people in some of the most horrific ways possible. We've watched it. It's not even something that was hidden. We've watched it. We watched Iraq go down. We watched Afghanistan get taken. Hell, Iraq is still being invaded now. Like, they're still an occupied country as we speak.
Right.
This is 20-something years later. We've watched Syria go down where they used jihadists as the tip of a spear, backed by Israel, no less, and backed by Turkey and the US, because the US has been putting money into it for decades, where now a head chopper is in charge, where Alawites are being massacred. They just blew up a church and a suicide bombing, killing all of those people at that church. We watched it. And if you are sitting in Iran, why do you think you're in a prize vase? Why do you think you're being protected by some invisible force? That's what I don't get. We watched them take down Hezbollah. We watched all of this stuff. And you get a government in Iran saying, maybe we can negotiate. I criticize them for that. And so when I look at...
Maybe they're trying to buy time. Again, I don't know where they're at in terms of their, military supplies. They may need to restock. They may need to regroup.
I get that. And just to be clear, I'm not saying they should keep fighting. Because, again, I'm not criticizing them for stopping the war. When I say I agree with you in this idea that they're the only ones standing up for Palestine, for Gaza. like meaning
Right.
no force is intervening in this. You effectively have an invisible glass dome where Israel can murder as many people as it wants, and nobody else gets involved. And even when they were at the war or in that war with Iran, the ovens kept going, right? The trains kept moving, meaning they were still using men and material to kill the Gazan population. They were talking about it in the Jerusalem Post, where they were like, yeah, we continued killing the Gazans while the war was taking place. Basically, we didn't stop our operations there either. I agree with you on that front. That's what I'm saying. I'm not criticizing them for what they're doing in the war. I'm not even criticizing them for stopping. I'm criticizing them for being weak or looking weak. And when you get Donald Trump putting out videos about bomb Iran, and you get videos coming out of Pezeshkian where he's effectively saying, hey, we want to work with the US. Okay, well, dude, they just killed 1,000 of you people. Even if this is fake propaganda, is that really what you want to put out to your population? That after all of this, you're still in this camp of, I want to work with the monster. So I understand your point that this could be propaganda. And again, like I said, I'm not criticizing for stopping the war. I'm not criticizing them for what they did in the war, in the sense of having to balance that line between, okay, we're dealing with a nuclear power and a sadistic one at that. And so we need to create harm, but not create enough harm where they would go for a nuclear option. I get it. Like, I accept that they were going for strategic objectives where they were damaging Israel. In fact, I'm going to get your take on something. So Mina Uncensored, she's been on the radio show a few times. What is her name? I can't think of her name. She is fantastic, though. And she has been proven to be right more often than not. Even when, let's say, elements of my network didn't want to accept the fact that she was right, she ultimately ended up being more right than not. So she says, and just to show it, because I want to get your take on this. She says that the reason that Israel was begging for a ceasefire wasn't because of the military damage that it took, even though it was taking damage and Tel Aviv and everything else was being destroyed, Haifa been destroyed, power plants taken down. I think I pointed out that they reorganized Tel Aviv skyline like they were to be architects. But she says, this is why Israel accepted a ceasefire with Iran, and this is why it would not last. Mina Unleashed, I thought it was Uncensored, but Unleashed has always argued that the fiscal crisis will be the reason Israel halts the war. And the events in recent days have confirmed that argument with clarity. The ceasefire was not the outcome of military victory or strategic transformation. It is the byproduct of fiscal exhaustion and institutional dysfunction that forced the Israeli state to conform. And just to summarize, because this is pretty heavy, but she's pointing out that the loans, the budget, they effectively use like a $20 billion budget within the course of a few days. And that there was no way to continue to get the money and everything else necessary. So, and I'll just read part of this because I want to get it right. The defense establishment had already surpassed its approved budget by 25 billion shekels and demanded an extraordinary 60 billion more for the remainder of 2025. That is an astonishing sum of money that they used within the course of just a few days, maybe a month or so. 30 billion was needed immediately. Procurement pipelines had stalled, stockpiles were running dry, reserve duty days had nearly doubled, emergency authorizations were withheld by the Treasury, which was itself facing a withering deficit and a debt to GDP ratio rising to a dangerous pace. The fiscal center could no longer hold. That's her point. Her point is like, dude, this wasn't about military. This was about them not being able to maintain themselves materially, which, if that's true, then Iran should have kept going.
I agree, right? But well, and I don't think you can separate the economic issue from the
military,
war.
right.
They're in economic straits because they're fighting a war that, on many fronts, that is draining them. And I guess the missiles that they were using for the Iron Dome were costing them, millions and millions
it was obscene,
dollars a
And they're
day.
using it to take down drones.
Yeah, so no, that was very effective what Iran was doing. I agree with you. I think you and I agree that Iran should have kept going. But again,
easy for us to say, sitting in an apartment, drinking
and
a
also
coffee.
from their perspective, they got Trump in the White House, who's a total loose
Lunatic.
cannon. Who the hell knows what he's going to do? if he's going to use nukes, whatever. I think they're going to try to buy time, and then they're going to announce they're a nuclear state. I think that's what's going to happen, and that may be a smart move. So
I they have continuously said they don't want nukes.
And I don't
They've
think they do, but
continuously
I
said
think
it.
at this point, I don't see how they avoid it. We have forced their hand to do that,
But
at this point.
wouldn't that have been the case before? Like, God, man, like to me, this stuff was always temporal. To me, the monster was rummaging through the countryside. That monster was coming to your door. There is no
Well, and they
force on
knew
this.
that. They knew. Yeah, and that's why, look, I mean, that's why they had so many missiles ready for this war. I mean,
Right,
they
right.
were ready in many ways. They didn't have a nuclear weapon, but they were prepared for this, for sure. And they were getting around the Iron Dome. They really had built technology that had outsmarted Israel. So,
Oh, yeah, agreed.
yeah,
No,
I
agreed.
mean,
They
we'll
had
just see. Look,
fantastic weapons.
and also I think they're counting on the fact that Israel will attack them again. I mean, that's the other thing. That's the one thing you can depend on Israel for, right? You can't trust them to make an agreement, but you can always depend on the fact they will attack you again, and then they'll hit them hard again. So, but again, the problem is the time is running out for the Palestinians. They may not have time for true promise 4.
Right,
That's the problem.
right. No, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I guess I look at it kind of like you do. Like the only thing that was doing anything for the Palestinians in the sense of a potential to impart cost was Iran. By the same token, I would imagine Iran has its own pressures that we may not be aware of, right? And yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm curious about what is in their mind at this point. From my point of view, I would have never been trying to work with the U.S. I mean, they attacked you anyway. Like, meaning all of these appeasement strategies failed. The appeasement just lent this notion that you're weak. And so why turn back around and act like you're going with the same strategy of appeasement, whether it's true or false? It just looks
Yeah,
weak.
though again, no one is under an illusion who the weaker power is. When you compare the U.S. to Iran, they are the weaker power. I mean, that is just no doubt. I mean,
No,
that
no, I
yeah,
accept that part. I do accept that part. I'm not saying that they should be attacking aircraft carriers. I'm not saying that they should be provocative in the way that they're responding. I'm saying maybe putting out a comment that you're trying to work with the country that has killed 1,000 of your people a day after they did it does not bespeak of strength. And especially now at the moment where as a flat fact that they tasted blood and they're coming back for more. They're going to try to overthrow your government. There's sleeper cells in the government. They just tried to take your head. So it's like, thank you, sir. Please, another. I don't. I, I'm sounding like a hard ass, and I'm not trying to be a hard ass, and I'm not trying to be overly critical of Iran. They're the victim in this. I'm concerned about their longevity with this pathway of appeasement. That's all. You don't want to
yeah.
work with the
Again, though,
Russians.
yeah, I don't know. I think it's tactical, and
Fair
I
enough.
mean,
Fair
you
enough.
look at Hezbollah. I mean, when they agreed to the ceasefire, I mean, they didn't officially agree. It was the Lebanese government, but Hezbollah tacitly signed on to it, and I thought that was a mistake then.
Yeah. And they got
And I thought
decapitated.
Hezbollah should have kept going. But I think what you've seen now, I think what we all have to admit to ourselves is they must have been really, really weakened because they've
By the way,
really.
they got decapitated as Iran stood by and allowed its proxy to get mauled. That too.
Well, true, but again, that's tough. I mean, they, again, those are difficult calculations. But
Iran was alone
it's,
in this.
what's
Iran
that?
was alone. Iran was alone in this. Like,
Right. And well, and that's the thing. Like they have to be careful. They do have to be careful because they know that again, that they could be nuked, not just by the US, but even by Israel. That's the other thing. That is the other wild card here is that Israel has nukes. And I think everyone's just waiting for them. When are they going to use them? You know, and that's the other thing. They may not want. You know, if you they might have feared if they pushed Israel further along, you know, into an existential crisis, that they might have launched them. You know, so I mean that these are very difficult calculations to make.
Dan, I accept that. What I'm saying is, if that is true, then they should have given up their sovereignty and signed over the document that Donald Trump wanted, because Israel could have put that line anywhere in regards to use of nukes. I'm saying that they stood by, meaning they had a strategic interest, a strategic depth. Hamas, Hezbollah, Syria. All of those were cornered and destroyed individually, as Iran, who was effectively using them as strategic depth, did nothing, losing its strategic depth, as opposed to having somewhat of a united front. By the way, this is not my words. This is the words of the Israelis, who was criticizing Iran, saying this is how they messed up. They weren't willing to use their strategic depth. I'm saying appeasement was the thing that ended up making its situation far worse. That is true in Russia, when Russia was trying to make deals with immense agreements, and those deals were effectively used as a pretext to go after Russia. That is true with Lebanon. And again, that's not with Hezbollah, it was Lebanon. But they effectively used the ceasefire as a tool to go after Hezbollah. And I'm saying that through this entire time, that thread of appeasement hasn't been to their benefit, it's been to the detriment, where Iran is now by itself. And by the way, same thing with Assad, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. This attempt to try to make amends. Now, I am not criticizing them on Syria on this, because the sanctions and everything else that they were going through was just overwhelming and overbearing. But I guess I am pointing out that this strategy of appeasement wasn't successful. Each one was destroyed. In fact, they had to face the exact thing that they were trying to avoid, which was wars.
Well, yes, although Syria, it's
It's
true,
different.
but they didn't die because of appeasement. They died because they were, you know, because they were betrayed. You know
Right. Everyone.
yeah, and that's why Iran and Russia didn't fight in Syria to save the Assad government, because the military wouldn't fight. The Syrian military wouldn't fight, and they made it clear: look, we were willing to fight, but we can't do it for them. We could do it with them, but we weren't going to, you know, and that makes sense. I
Yeah.
can't fault them for that.
Are, are
Yeah,
you concerned that something like that happens with Iran?
of course, you have to be.
Yeah.
Again, the fact, look, obviously Mossad had penetrated Iran greatly, right? The fact that they can do the things they do in Iran, you know, where they killed the Hamas leader when he was there for an inauguration, right?
Yep.
The fact that they had assets within Iran that attacked Iran, right, at the beginning of this conflict. They were even making drones within Iran,
Yep.
apparently. And by the way, India was helping with that, which is
Yes.
completely
I saw
bizarre.
that. I
With
saw that.
India and Iran are both part of BRICS, and yet India was helping Israel. The point is, I mean, yeah, and I'm sure the Iranians are worried about that or think about that. Um, and a lot of it is because of the sanctions, you know, because the economic sanctions crippled, I mean, really broke Syria.
Economies.
It
Yeah.
didn't take much to bribe the military leaders to stand down, right? Because they were, you know, and the same could happen in Iran, obviously, and it has happened. There's no way that some of these, again, the killing of the Hamas leader at the inauguration, someone betrayed Iran, right? Someone in Iran was giving information, and that was
Mhm.
probably true even with Hezbollah, and you know, so of course they're concerned about that. Um, yeah, I mean, and when look, when the current hostilities broke out this time between Israel and Iran, I was, you know, when Iran or Israel was able to kill some of the top commanders in Iran right away, I had fears. Oh my God, it's going to be another Syria, you
Yeah.
know. So, and that didn't happen. That didn't materialize, thank goodness. But sure, everyone has to worry about. I mean, I think as long as Israel exists as it does, these things are
That's a
going to be
problem.
an issue.
Yeah. And again, don't take my criticism as being negative. It's out of angst and concern. I swear to God, it is. Like
I know.
it's
Well, I have the same concerns, and
yeah,
I think again, I think the decisions that they have to make are huge
complicated.
ones.
Yeah, they're difficult. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. You mentioned the Chinese and the Russians. So you get the Iranian foreign minister going to speak with the Russians. And immediately after, well, Israel had been asked for a ceasefire, though. So I don't, those things might not necessarily be entirely related to one another. But China was bringing in a heavy amount of equipment. People are assuming military equipment. They were very quiet about it. They weren't necessarily loud. Why do you think these governments aren't boisterous? May not be the word for it. And it's funny, I wrote down, does morality matter? You said they were, you said, I know this sounds horrible. You said they were showing themselves as a moral example to the world. And, my thing is, okay, Israel is showing itself not to be a moral example. They committed genocide. The U.S. has just lied and snuck attack a country. The West routinely blows up, creates terrorist activities and everything else. Nobody seems to care. Considering
Well,
that it,
yeah, I mean, in a sense, people, yeah, I mean, they don't care enough. But I think I think having diplomatic and political power because you're seen as a moral force still is important. And again, the U.S. and Israel have lost that and are losing it by the day, and Iran is gaining that by the day. I think there is still some significance to that. If for nothing else, because of the Western populations. The Western populations weren't going along with this war. And I think it's in large part due to the fact that they did not see the U.S. and Israel as the good guys in this, and Iran positioned themselves to be seen as the good guys. And I do think that made a difference when Trump had to look at the polls and see a majority of the people don't support this,
yeah,
don't
I
want
think he
war
was.
with Iran. It's not like it was, again, in the late 70s or 80s, where had the U.S. gone to war with Iran, probably the American people would have supported it bigly. I
I do
don't
think
think
that's a good
that's
point.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think that's a good point. I mean, I think he was trapped by his rhetoric. I mean, at the point where you're screaming, "We don't want you to get a bomb. We don't want you to get a bomb," and you're using bomb as a stalking horse, when really this was about regime change, right? Turned
Right.
immediately overnight to we're going to kill the Ayatollah.
Well, the Onion had the best line. Iran worries about U.S. getting 8500th nuclear weapon. I mean, it's the whole thing's absurd. It's absurd.
No, it's such a good point. It's just not the way the media frames it. I guess my thing is, and maybe it's because I live here and it's wearing on me. The morality doesn't seem to matter in this stuff. And in fact, subterfuge, dishonesty, these things seem to just carry the day. I mean,
Well, they
Iran,
do. A lot of times they do. But look, none of us want to live in that world, and thank God there are countries like Iran, frankly, that seem to have some moral compass. I mean, God bless them. I mean,
yeah.
someone has to.
I'm not saying it's a negative. I would prefer that as a world.
Right.
But, like both of us are Trekkies. If you notice in Trek, they invoke Section 31 for a reason. Because in their minds, these children will get eaten alive in the real world. And even one of the main episodes of Deep Space Nine, Cisco, right, where he ends up lying because his Starfleet dignity wasn't worth the lives of billions of people. Like these are episodes that some people hated. I loved it. I thought it was an honest exploration. Like where like it is one thing when you put these great people up against real world phenomena and see how they deal in real terms. And what you get are people responding to their environment. It's not that, that stuff, it's just exists on its own. It's dealing with a real world phenomena that it has to grapple with and come to kind of things in order to survive. I'm not saying Iran should be dishonest. That's not what I'm saying. Nor am I saying Russia should be dishonest. I would prefer these countries live up to international law. I guess my ire is more so with the West in the way that they operate, where these things don't seem to matter because
Yeah,
in
of
their
course.
minds, it's, we're exceptional, rules-based order, etc. It's just, I hate that stuff.
But it's bringing us down to, you have to understand that we will die, it is crippling us. You can't, when you look at the U.S. society, which is falling apart in many ways, and the violence in U.S. society, some of that is the chicken coming home to roost. I mean, when you rule the world by force, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, my friend.
Yeah.
And we all have to recognize that.
Can we get into Israel for a bit? I am super curious about where they go here. Iranians are celebrating in the streets. They understand we won.
Yeah,
They're very
Israelis
clear,
are
right?
not. They're not dancing in the streets. They're
They are not.
infighting. They're upset. They're trying to
Yep.
leave. Yeah.
Yep. It is a clear difference night and day. One is celebrating the street, holding flags. We won. As I keep telling people, there's a difference between a country of 90 million and what it can absorb versus a country of 8, and a dwindling country of 8, because those people have dual passports. And it's like,
Right.
I just wanted to sit here and drink my cappuccino and, allow people to get killed in a genocide. You telling me that I may get hit by a missile? I don't want to sit in this bomb shelter with these other people who haven't washed. I don't want to be living in sewers because I don't know when a bomb or missile is coming. I'm going to take my passport and leave. And so you have a dying system. If Iran got what it wanted, of a war of attrition, where just day after day it just kept doing this for weeks and weeks and weeks, Israel dies. There's no way its economy can maintain. There's no way that people would stay. It doesn't work, which is why they were begging Donald Trump, okay, we need to end this. We need to end this. This isn't working for us. What is going on with their society right now? Like, I know they're trying to make this argument that they won, but you didn't get what you wanted.
And no
Your
one believes
war
it.
games were denied.
Yeah, their own people don't believe it. Look, I think, again, I think Iran sees that the Israelis will destroy each other. They know. I mean, Israel's in a horrible shape economically. They just got beat militarily, and they know the world hates them. They know they're not the good guys anymore, and that does have an impact on people's psyches. Now Israelis, when they go around the world, they're embarrassed. People boo them. I mean, that does have, so nothing's working in their favor really at this point.
Yeah.
And
But is that what they're looking for,
yeah.
though? I'm sorry. Please continue that. I'm sorry. There was a pause, and I thought you had finished the thought. I'm sorry.
Well, no,
Please.
I mean, but what it shows how depraved Israeli society is that even when they were in an existential war with Iran, they still had the wherewithal to actually
No.
accelerate the genocide in Gaza, right? This is a
No.
very sick society. And I don't think it can last. Oh, and also, of course, they were, if you weren't white, you weren't getting into a bomb shelter in Israel, even if you were Israeli. No one can deny how sick this place is. And the sickness will destroy them, And, Netanyahu is, he's the chief madman running the asylum over there.
But yes, and kind of no. Yes, he's the madman running the asylum, but even if he wasn't there, it's still, the public agrees.
Yes,
Like,
I
I think
do.
that's the part.
No, and that's what I mean. No,
phenomenal.
but he's emblematic. I mean, believe
Yeah.
me, he's in power because they, in the end, want him to be. And as I understand it, he's probably the only guy who could rule the ship in many ways. But yeah, no, I agree. It's not because of him, and I'm just saying he is the man for Israel because he represents their depravity, in a very real way. So
How do they reconcile this, though? I mean, they snuck attack a country. They tried to overthrow the government of that country, and they tried. I mean, the internal Mossad agents, CIA agents, MI6 agents, they tried to effectively create internal chaos, take down the ability for air defense. You had the Shah's son coming out of just nowhere, like coming out of the boonies, making speeches as if he wouldn't be hung on the streets of Tehran if he went back to Tehran without some kind of U.S. military or military presence external to the country. And they lose. I mean, and I'm saying lose in the context of, A, you weren't able to overthrow the government. B, you don't know where the nuclear stuff is. So even the stalking horse argument that you use, well, they retain the ability to refine uranium, not to mention they still have the uranium. Like, you weren't able to accomplish your quote unquote war aims in the process of that. And you were the one that were begging for the ceasefire. And Iran gets the last shot in at that, right? It's like just an exclamation point on, you started it, we're finishing it, full stop. How does a society that is in economic turmoil, that wakes up in the morning, goes outside and sees Tel Aviv, that's supposed to be invincible, right? Like this is not supposed to happen to Israel in the way that they, in their own self-conception. They've just finished murdering hundreds of thousands of people in one sense. It's like, oh my God, we just thought, shooting kids in the back was war. And come to find out that's not really real war. Our buildings being taken down is real war. What, does that create political chaos for, let's say, the Netanyahu government, for example?
Yes, it does. Again, I think now is when actually the real repercussions of the war will be felt, right? When you're getting bombed, you're going to naturally, be in a defensive mode and kind of be more willing to make sacrifices and, rally around the government. Now they're going to wake up, come out of the shelter, see Tel Aviv, a third destroyed, apparently.
According to McGregor.
Haifa destroyed, the Ben Gurion airport largely destroyed. And now they're going to be like, yeah, what do we do now? And we're not the most and everyone knows we're not the most moral army in the world, and we're not even the strongest military in the world. We're none of these things that we've believed ourselves. We can't even convince ourselves anymore this bullshit.
Yeah.
And when those myths die, those national myths die, the state won't survive. And by the way, the U.S. is going to start having that same problem because its myths are falling apart. The idea it's the good guy, the idea that it's democratic, the idea that it cares about human rights, all those things, those myths are also coming apart. And again, that will lead to decay of the state.
You really think so? I mean, well, I guess I've never
that's why you see more repression. I mean, there's more repression because they can't morally sway people to do things anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So they have now, we now have ICE agents running around covering their faces with masks. What is this about?
I know.
We basically have the Gestapo, and I saw that, by the way, now they're to make their quota, they're rounding up homeless people because the homeless people don't have papers to prove they're citizens. This is nuts. Again, this ain't America, okay? This ain't what people think America is. And again, when people realize that America is not America to me, I think it was Langston Hughes who said, there will be a problem. There will be a political problem. There will not be buy-in to the system. And there will be a crisis. But Israel's way past that. I think their time for crisis is now, and they won't survive all this. I don't know what the timeline is, but they won't survive as a state.
Now, what does that mean? Because I had Professor Morandi on the show. Love talking to Morandi. And I was pushing him on this idea of, because he was like, Israel's going to be destroyed. And I said, what does that mean? Like, does that mean like absolute physical destruction of the state? He was like, well, no. He said what it means is one man, one vote. That
one man,
kind of like
in one man, one vote, there'll be many more Arabs than there will be white Jews there. I mean, so because a lot are going to leave. So, I mean, they've always had a demographic struggle, right, to keep up with the Palestinians, right? They've
Yeah.
always worried that they would be overwhelmed demographically by the Arabs. But that will happen now. That is going to happen for sure now. And there will be one person, one vote, and that will mean an Arabic government there. And that's it. I mean, Israel probably won't exist by name. It'll probably be Palestine, and it'll be a multi-ethnic state. And if you're Jewish and want to live there alongside Palestinians as equals, you'll be welcome. But otherwise, you can take a hike, right? If this is not going to be a one religious state anymore, that's going to go away, I think. Just like other apartheid states, just like South Africa. No one thought apartheid would go away, and it crumbled. I mean, it will crumble.
I know, but there's a difference between apartheid and genocide.
Well, yeah,
And
it's true.
when you disappear, kill, starve, beat, injure, imprison, rape on camera with the majority of the population agreeing with it, and then say, okay, our system is falling. Let's be buddies. Just kind of rough.
But the people, the people doing the raping and supporting the raping, those are the people that will leave town. They're not going to stay. Those people are going. They're leaving.
I'll give you an example. I was in Croatia, and when I was in Croatia, I was at this. Oh, what was it? It was a historical thing, and being in Croatia, Serbia, these places are complicated. They have a complicated history. And when they are retelling their history, it is from a point of view. And I was sitting there, and they have certain feelings about the Russians. They have certain feelings about Serbia. But one of the things that he said that I was fascinated by, he said after the war, in the Yugoslavian war, he said people had to live together that were killing each other just like years ago. And he was pointing out how this one woman was at the bank, and the person at the checkout counter was effectively her rapist from the war. That is heavy, man.
It is.
That is heavy to deal with. And you think
but again, that isn't going to happen here. Those folks will leave.
You think they'll just leave?
It ain't Croatia where people, they grew up in Croatia. They're Croatian. These are all settlers. They're leaving town. They're going back to Brooklyn. They're going back to Europe. That's a fact. That's going to happen, Okay, so that makes sense. So the destruction of the state in this case is not the model okay, that's helping my model in my mind, because I'm trying to create a model of what this looks like. It's, okay, we are one man, one vote. And because we're a one man, one vote, a lot of people say, well, this is not Israel. I don't want to be here, especially considering what we've done to the people who live here. So I'm taking my passport and I'm going back to Poland, to Russia, to Brooklyn, as you point out, and I'm calling it a day. And the people who live there, effectively Gaza or Palestine, goes back to predominantly Palestinians with whatever ethnic or whatever Jews that are left there, or Israelis that decide to stay, being within the context of the larger structure of Palestinians. Right. Is that the way you're saying it? Yeah, that'll happen. Yes, that's going to happen. And by the way, so many Israelis will leave and many Palestinians will return. There's about
fascinating.
6 million Palestinians, I think, in the world, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of those people will go back.
I have a hard time seeing that model in my mind, and probably because, like for example, is it an economic crisis? Is it a military crisis? Is it, meaning there is some kind of crisis that would have to be precipitated for that to happen? Other governments are not going to be involved.
It's all the above. There is an economic crisis that will deepen. Look, people are there. People who are settlers are there because they find comfort there, or they get free homes there, right? That they steal from other people. But in fact, I saw a woman crying, an Israeli, saying, I was just given a home. Okay, yeah, that was taken away from someone else. But yeah, you were just given a home. They're looking for bargains there. And once the bargains are over, right, they're going to leave. They're gonna leave. Right?
I'm sorry, just that was funny when they're looking for bargains. They
wanted free shit. They ain't gonna get that anymore. It's gone, And again, these are not the best people in the world. They've come to take other people's homes. Like these are these are not great people. They're going to leave because they're going to find a better deal. That's all. This is not going to be good, and that's how it's going to go.
Here's
So
one of the people that you were talking about. Have you seen this video? This Israeli is in an airport. He sees this one and he just grabs it. Just like great people looking for deals. Great people, just astonishing. How can you be the last word on this? Where do you think this goes from here? I mean,
I can't hear you very well. You
oh,
broke
I'm
up
sorry.
once you played the video. Okay.
Oh, here we are. I'm sorry. That was one of the great Israelis that are looking for deals who just so happened to attack an Iranian kid at the airport who was just doing nothing.
Right.
And wait a minute. Yeah, they just attacked him out of nowhere. Kid wasn't doing anything, just standing there. He attacked the guy and then was shocked that apparently that the people at the airport was going to go after him for it. Yeah, so just to organize before we close, I believe Iran won. I believe the U.S. and Iran and Israel was not able to accomplish their objectives. I think Israel got a reality check in a way that they haven't gotten in my lifetime.
Not never. Not in anyone's lifetime. No, it's incredible what happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking the 6-Day War, like where you had to actually fight a different war. But in my lifetime, that was
But
before I
they
was
won
born.
that. They won the 6-Day War. You know,
Oh, I
they
see your
you
point.
know,
I see your
yeah,
point.
no,
I see
this
your point.
is the biggest defeat they've ever had, for sure, by far.
If they attack Iran with the Libya model, let me ask you something else. What time is it? We have time. Yeah, we have. Okay, we have a little bit of time. I'm not going to keep you much longer. If indeed the objective is the Libyan model, from my point of view, ceasefires that the U.S. imposed were always used, well, not imposed, but requests, because as the foreign minister of Iran said, we're not accepting a ceasefire. You stop and we'll stop. That is the deal. Like basically, you stop first and we'll call it a day. If that is indeed the way they're looking at this, and they're going with this idea of we're going to have a Lebanon model, and they're saying this nonsense in advance, they're not even hiding it, right?
Right.
For me, the U.S. uses ceasefires as tools, not as means of peace. Will they use this as a tool? I mean, the United States is already saying, if Iran rebuilds, we're going to attack Iran again. This is what Donald Trump has said recently. If they try
Yeah,
to
I
rebuild,
think
we're going to
that
attack Iran
Iran
again.
knows. Yeah, they will have to count on that. Yes, the war's paused. It hasn't ended. It will. Yeah, it will continue in other forms. There's no question. The U.S.
But
will
any
keep
Israeli
coming
strike is going to be responded with Iran by force, not like Lebanon, where they had an inability to fire back in passionate
Right. This is
anger.
not Lebanon. This is
Yeah.
not Lebanon. They will. This is a more cohesive society. It is an ancient society. It is not going to be pushed around like Lebanon.
Good. I just want them safe. That's all. I have people that I know there, right?
Yeah.
So it freaks me out when it's and I know if it comes across as quarterbacking, like Monday morning quarterbacking or sideline quarterbacking, but I want them intact.
Yeah, I do too.
feel some kind of I feel some kind of way about my government doing this nonsense, and I need my government to lose. And what I don't want are sociopaths being able to prey on, people in this way. I want a different world, and I agree with you. I want the world to be honest and moral and work in tandem in relationships. And the only way that works is if people are decent. I don't even mean perfect, just decent.
Absolutely. No, this is a fight for decency and civilization. There's no question.
Oh, I love that. Fight for decency and civilization. And by the way, one last point before I let you go. You are right that it is a weird thing when people finally watch you get your comeuppance and they applaud. Like when your house get blown up and they're like, good job.
Right.
Or your buildings get taken down and they're like, good job, Iran. You're standing up for civilization. That is a weird phenomena. And I remember I felt it, right? Like this kind of bloodthirsty element of watching, like, thank you for that. That is satisfying. Can I have another? That is a weird, unsettling sensation. That felt, I guess, like justice. That if
Yeah, well,
you're
I think there
Israel,
was a lot of justice, and but at the same time, Iran did not violate international humanitarian law. They didn't kill
they
very
did
many
not.
people. They hit military targets. So I think it was justice.
Yeah,
What happened?
yeah.
Absolutely.
Dan Kovalik, my man. Dan, thank you for this. Thank you for
You're
hearing
welcome.
me complain and whine and get my panties in a tizzy about what may happen.
No, we live in terrible times, and so
Yeah, it's a dark world. Dan Kovalik, he's an American human rights, labor rights lawyer and political scientist, previously taught at the for International Human Rights at the University of Pittsburgh School of Law. Dan, where can people find you, by the way? Are you writing or anything like that?
yeah. So I write. I've been writing a lot more for Covert Action magazine, which is online. I'm on Twitter at Daniel M. Kovalik. I have several, I guess 10. I just finished my 10th book, and including The Plot to Attack Iran, which I wrote in 2018, which I think, if I may say, was
Relevant.
pretty prescient,
Yeah.
which people can get on Amazon or from my publisher, skyhorsepublishing.com.
So you finished a book with Jeremy Kuzmarov, the Syria.
Yes, I did.
book.
Yes. And it's not out yet, but the Syria book, which is called Syria Anatomy of Regime Change, should be coming out in September. It's already available for pre-order on
That is
Amazon.
fantastic.
And from that publisher, which is Baraka Books, which is based in Montreal.
Dan, I am deeply fortunate to have you as a guest.
Well, you're very
knowledgeable
kind.
about
It's
stuff.
always great to talk with you.
You have a good one, man. Be safe, okay?
You too. You too. Thank
All
you.
right. Dan Kovalik. Yeah, I'm deeply fortunate to have him as a guest. He is fantastic. Covert Action Magazine is a great, great outlet. Jeremy Kuzmarov, he's also in that outlet. They were writing a book together, the Syria book. And all of it is, I want to say prescient, at the very least, the Iran book. I mean, because understand, Piers Robinson has written on the OPCW issue. Okay, but these things are not unrelated to each other. You have the only way to get to Iran is to go through Syria. Only way to get to Syria on some level is to go through Iraq and Libya. Meaning they were taking down one government after the next, almost as an isolation of concerns before moving on to the next government. I think Gaddafi even at one point was making a point of saying how they were going to go through all these governments in this way. And so when they are pointing out they had a propaganda campaign against Syria, that is true. When they point out that the institutions associated with the United Nations that are supposed to be impartial, honest, ethical, were everything but, and that honest point of view was leverage in order to take down governments. Okay, that's a big deal. That's a huge deal, right? You're looking to a scorekeeper, and come to find out the scorekeeper has $1,000 in his pocket in order to call the score a particular way. You're looking at a boxing match. You need honest judges. Sure, a judge can make a mistake, but all things being equal, you want an honest judge, and you find out that the judge got a new Ferrari. Where did you get that from? Yeah, who knows? Who cares? Just calling fights, balls and strikes. I'm saying that that stuff was effectively used as a linchpin, as a propaganda argument for further justification to weaken those states. And I'm saying the same thing is true for Iran. Weirdly enough, the IAEA didn't entirely go along with it, despite the fact that Grossi was giving up information to the Israelis that allowed them to murder nuclear scientists, which is the reason why the Iranians are pulling out of the IAEA. And the Russians were like, why would they give you the information about where the uranium is? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Why would they ever work with you again? Right? Meaning, I allowed you to inspect my nuclear facilities. I was an honest actor in regards to international bodies and international law. I was part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. I did those things. I was doing right. It's the other sociopaths that were not, They have nukes. They don't disclose those nukes. You don't check their facilities. You don't care. You don't bring it up, right? You have countries that are preying upon states. Nobody cares. Nobody brings it up. So why should I work with bodies that are obviously decrepit and biased in regards to the way that they operate? Why am I going to keep up this fig leaf of pretense that you are something that you are not? It's that. And honestly, more countries need to start doing that. I'm not working with you. I don't trust you at all. You people are monsters. You people are insane. You're sociopaths. You don't care anything about international law, even though you may use it rhetorically. So it's international law for everybody else, but we can do whatever we want. We're exceptional. Look at this nonsense. Why would any sovereign state accept that? And I understand that oftentimes people fall back on the argument, the Ritter argument. Well, we're America. We can do whatever we want, and you need to fall in line. Okay, yeah, fuck that. Fuck that argument. I don't accept that shit at all. Under that argument, you can justify pretty much anything, right? Iran should give up its ballistic missiles, in which case Israel would eventually take Iran down and treat it like Syria. Iran should, I don't know, add whatever you want into that conversation. That is nonsense. I think the Mark Sloboda was right, that the smartest person in the room was Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un made military alliances. He got nukes. He got him like, I need to save my ass. He got nukes. He made military alliances. He has an enthusiastic group of fighters that want to learn as much as possible as they can about modern warfare, which they were able to do so working with the Russians. They were able to get economic ties with China, Russia in this case, and they were able to secure the integrity of their state. Say what you will. It's true. That doesn't say anything about how weird, I don't want to say weird, how, let's say problematic living in a totalitarian state is. There's that. That part is true. But I'm saying, looking at it purely from this notion of maintaining the integrity of a state, you need a nuke. You need a nuke. And what Iran should be doing right now is we need to build a nuclear device as soon as possible and weaponize that shit immediately. From my point of view, that should have been the argument prior. I don't care about your religious edicts. I don't care. 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 Build your nuke, or at the very least get under a nuclear umbrella. But be aware, if you're under a nuclear umbrella and that nuke is not yours, your foreign policy is now given to somebody else, which is why I say build your nuke. You are always at a disadvantage with Israel in any fight. As opposed to being able to turn that place to glass, you couldn't turn that place to glass because you were worried that if you did, well, one or two things is true. Either you didn't have the capacity to do it, or if you did have the capacity to do it, you were concerned that they would ultimately resort to Samson option as opposed to Samsonite option of leaving. Would they have attacked you if you had a nuke? It's a fascinating question. That is a fascinating question. Would they have used subterfuge? Yes. Would they have tried to overthrow your government internally? Probably, yes. But external attacks in that situation is far harder to pull off, especially if they know at the end of the day, we will all go up as a ball of smoke together. Mearsheimer is right on this. I think Mearsheimer is absolutely right. So we will see. We will see. It is fascinating, to put it mildly. I'm not going to redo what I did for the monologue because I feel like I'm blaming the victim on some level, and that's not really the case. That's not what I'm trying to do. Iran, as I've said before, they have done God's work. They have done God's work. They have stood up to the monster. They've put that monster away, if not for, at the very least, a pause. But they shown themselves resilient as a society, resilient militarily. They've shown Israel to be vulnerable, especially to a modern military that has the capacity to hit their targets with these just highly advanced weapon systems that are terrifying to watch in action. They've done God's work. I'm not criticizing their thing, and I think some of my criticism is just coming from concern. That's all. But they've done great work. They have won a war. Their people have every right to celebrate in the streets in the way that they're celebrating in the streets and rally around the flag. They have every right. They deserve it. Israel, on the other hand, is giving itself a bit of hopium and telling itself that it won. And I'm unclear on what it won. As I always point out on the show, the capacity to murder people is not a positive capacity. Like, your ability to murder a lot of people is not the same thing as winning a war. Those are very different things. You win wars based upon accomplishing the objectives that you set forth in your military strategy. Now, killing a lot of people may get you to that, in which case you may be able to use it kind of like the way people use money for labor, where it's not an exact replica of reality, but it's close enough where you can give a judgment of, materials. But that's not always true. Yes, you can murder a lot of people in Yemen or the Ansar Allah, but they kept coming. And I'm talking about the Trump administration. So yes, you always had a distribution of force that you could impart more, but they kept coming. You could not stop them. You could not gain air superiority in the way that you wanted. Your plan failed in the first stage of the plan. And ultimately, you were concerned about one of those carriers being taken down or them knocking your planes out of the sky, in which case you called it a day and left. That's a loss. You could say, well, look, we've killed 1,000 people. Congratulations. If murder was the point, you would win. But murder is not the point, is what I'm getting at. And the same thing is true from the standpoint of Israel. Yes, congratulations. As I said before, you are prolific murderers. Prolific murderers. If murder was a sport, Lord knows you would be top of the line. You would get the gold medal on every occasion. Killing kids, killing women, killing starving people. Whew, you are fantastic. But that is not necessarily what is required to win a war, especially from a country that can absorb those losses. 1,000 people out of 90 million, that's what, 0.0001% or whatever. I'm trying to point out to you that Iran's objective was not to murder your population. If they wanted to, they could have done that. They chose not to do that. It is because you were dealing with better people than I am in that situation, who would have gotten very pissed off almost immediately and started reciprocating in regards to tactics, decapitation strikes, destroying Knesset, etc., destroying your nuclear power plant. I would have been a maniac, but I'm a horrible person in this regard. And it is a good thing, and I'm not in that position. I'm saying that they were far more restrained and targeted in regards to what they were going after in a strategic sense, and seemingly the objective was make it hurt, cripple the state. So the article that I was reading earlier, referencing with Dan, pointing out that they spent like 20 billion shekels within the course of seemingly a few weeks, and they needed 30 billion shekels immediately because they were over budget. That is astonishing. It is impossible to keep up a war like that without an economy to buttress that war. And yeah, it's true that Iran kept going. The question becomes, how could Israel have kept this up, considering they were falling apart economically and fiscally? They couldn't keep going. Now, this could be why the United States threw their body in the way, trying to throw their body to protect their client. That could be part of the reason. The damage that Israel was taking that they were hiding from the world, that could have been part of the reason. Meaning there could have been multiple reasons why the United States immediately got involved, saying, okay, we need to separate them because the team to which I am backing is getting hammered in a way that goes beyond what I am willing to accept or what they are willing to accept. Whatever the rationale, Israel was begging the Trump administration to get involved. And I'll read this one more time just for the audience, just so you have context on what I'm talking about here. Mina Uncensored. Mina Uncensored used to come on the channel on Fault Lines, and maybe I'll see if I can get her to come back on. She had very fiery opinions on some stuff, And ultimately, she ended up being right. In fact, more right than the people at the station. So God bless her for that. But right here, this is why Israel accepted the ceasefire with Iran, and this is why it will not last. MENA Unleashed, for some reason I keep thinking it's uncensored, it's Unleashed. MENA Unleashed has always argued that the fiscal crisis will be the reason Israel halts its wars, and the event of recent days have confirmed the argument with clarity. The ceasefire is not the outcome of military victory or strategic transformation. It is the byproduct of fiscal exhaustion and institutional dysfunction that forced the Israeli state to confront the limits of its economy. Right here, the defense establishment had already surpassed the approved budget by 25 billion shekels and demanded an extraordinary 60 billion more for the remainder of 2025. 30 billion was needed immediately. Procurement pipelines had stalled, stockpiles were running low or running dry, reserve duty days had nearly doubled, emergency authorizations were withheld by the Treasury, which was itself facing a widening deficit and a debt to GDP ratio rising to a dangerous pace. The fiscal center could no longer hold. Agreeing to a ceasefire was not a strategic choice, it was an unavoidable act of damage control. And they didn't agree to one, they begged for one. They begged for one, just to quibble with the language. In just 11 days of the war had consumed up to 20 billion shekels of unplanned expenditure. Put that in context, right? In 20 days, it is consumed 20 billion overage of shekels that they had planned for. How could they keep that up? And her point is they could not, which is why they were effectively suing for peace. In just 11 days, the war had consumed up to 20 billion shekels of unplanned expenditure. With no political consensus on funding and no operational clarity on duration of the war effort was drifting to a zone of uncontrolled risk. The ceasefire grants the government breathing space. It allows time to unlock procurement deals, especially those facilitated by the return of Donald Trump. It gives the Treasury a chance to rework its forecast and gives the defense establishment the ability to re-stabilize its supply chains. Iran, two benefits. The pause allows it to repair damage and reposition forces and reassert its deterrent image. It will use the time to strengthen ties with regional allies and prepare the next phase of engagement. This is not defeat, it is tactical consolidation. Well, I don't think Iran was defeated at all. I think Israel wasn't able to accomplish its objectives. And the fact that they were running hot and needed to sue for peace kind of makes the point clear. The war is not over. The aims that launched it have not been met. The ceasefire ends a round of the conflict. Once fiscal constraints ease and military capacity is restored, Israel is likely to return to the battlefield, as I keep saying, yes. Neither side won. I disagree with that. The future of the conflict will depend not only on strategy of firepower, but also who can better manage their institutions and resources under pressure. MENA Unleashed said this war will be limited not by doctrine, but by debt. The moment has arrived. I think she's right. I think she's right. I don't think those things are separate and distinct. I think the debt, like for example, how much does it cost to repair this? How much does it cost? You can't repair all that, right? This is power plant. You got to pay emergency service workers. You got to pay for all that. How much does it cost to repair Tel Aviv? How much does that cost? Like, all of these things are costs. How much does it cost when you're firing air defense into the sky constantly? Every time they have a barrage, and they have a barrage every night. How much does that cost? Like, you can imagine that stuff gets extremely expensive. What, one missile air defense was like $200,000, $2 million a pop. And you're firing those things off like hotcakes because Iran keeps attacking night after night after night. Iran sometimes will send up one missile and you're firing all of this air defense at those missiles. Okay, who's paying for that? That's a lot of money. How long can you keep that up? Day after day after day after day, which goes to the strategy of Iran of this kind of war of attrition that under no circumstances could they tolerate it. Uh-oh, what is this? Okay. That's unconfirmed, so I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna touch that. Anyway, I hope you get my point. You're straining their capacity as a state to proceed and to function. And you can imagine that after a while, we don't have the money to pay. We can't get any more debt. The debt is rising too fast. We spent 20 billion shekels in the course of 12 days. What does that look like for a month? That doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. So I think she's right. I think she has a point. It's fascinating. It's just fascinating. Like, it's a modern war. It's a modern war. And for some reason, it didn't consider that the war could drag on for maybe a month. Which is, again, goes to why if I was Iran, I wouldn't have allowed them to sue for peace. But again, I don't know what Iran is looking at, right? I don't know what is going on behind the scenes. I don't know their own difficulties that they themselves were effectively dealing with. I have no idea, no way to know. And maybe Iran thinks to himself, Israel's going to attack us again anyway. My concern is they were more prepared in the second attack than going into the first attack and getting surprised. They were obviously surprised. They obviously didn't plan for Iran that was going to be this resilient as a country. And I'm saying I would rather deal with them when they're surprised and unprepared as opposed to dealing with them when they are. For example, that's why I said True Promise 2, when that first took place, continuing the attacks, pressing the attacks on that. I understand, though, you don't want the U.S. to get involved. By the same token, what stops the U.S. from getting involved the second time around either? I don't know. I find this to be a trap. But again, I'm not the one that's in charge. I'm not the one that's in line of fire. I'm not the one that's in their country. I'm just pointing out that if Israel is screaming for ceasefire, shouldn't that be more of a reason not to give them their ceasefire? If they're screaming for a ceasefire, they're doing it for a reason. And if you're looking at the reporting, and the reporting is coming out of their own media, that is coming out of their own mouth saying, yeah, we're going to attack them when we need to attack them. Okay, that is what they've done in every other situation. So I give it to them. And does the U.S. even use it as a tool when they attack you? The U.S. ignores it. When you attack them, Donald Trump gets more involved because now he's using it as justification to attack your country. I hope you understand what I mean. I don't have answers to these questions. I guess I'm posing. The ceasefire thing has been used as a tool, not as a means for peace. That's my main point. I don't know what is happening behind the scenes in regards to Iran. I do know they seem capable. And I guess from my point of view, the capability should have kept going. If they were screaming for a ceasefire, they were screaming for a reason. If you needed to escalate, then do so. If restraint was the issue and you didn't want Israel to go further, I don't know. I don't know. Let's go into chats because KJ is going to be here very shortly. So let's go into chats. Sam Ali, or Sam, is it Al or Ali? I think it's Ali. Hey, Jamal, can you please pass the text of Russian military treaty that Iran turned down? Thanks. Well, obviously, we don't have that information. Do you honestly believe that Russia is publishing texts of military treaties, especially military treaties, that they're turning down? I don't think they have that. Jamal, you say you're aware of the national security matters in Iran are under purview of the Supreme Security Council led by Supreme Leader. Women. Jamal, are you aware that national security matters in Iran are under the purview of the Supreme Security Council led by? So yes or no, it seems to be more complicated. It seems to be far more complicated. I thought that in a way that I think the U.S. thinks the Ayatollah gets his way on everything. It doesn't seem to be that straightforward. I look, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It doesn't seem to be that straightforward, Sam. Hey, Jamal, have you considered the fact that the Supreme Council in Iran knows what it's doing here? No. Have I considered it? No, I haven't. No, I haven't. That they are not actually morons. Dude, 1,000 people just got slaughtered. A country got lulled into a sense of security by a country of liars that were proven liars. Soleimani was murdered going for peace deal. It was obvious that Donald Trump wasn't willing to make agreements and deals. He was trying to, meaning, why is it that I knew this was a fake negotiation, but they didn't? Why? Why is it that you look at the context of American politics in regards to the objectives of the American empire and take it down one country in the Middle East after the next? And the Supreme Security Council, as you call them, and you ask them whether they're morons. I'm not calling out anybody any names. I am saying they fucked up. I am saying that. I will say that plainly. If they honest to God believed that they can make agreements with a monster that has just created a swath of death and blood throughout the Middle East, finally getting to Iran's door, that they can open that door and say, we're going to make buddies or we're going to make deals with this guy, then yes, I think they're morons. If that's what you're asking me flat out, yes. If that is indeed true, that they thought that they can make agreements and deals with them, then yes, I think they fucked up. I said flat out, no issue. I live here. I know the caliber of people that live here. I know what they think and what they say. I know the way they behave. They're sociopaths in the true sense of the word. I've watched the Minsk agreements where they came out flat out and said, we lied. We suckered the Russians. We knew we were doing that. Meaning, when you live in a country like this and you see that shit happen over and over again, did Iraq have weapons of mass destruction? No. Did we kill 1 million Iraqis? Yes. We got 1 million Iraqis killed in a war of aggression over something that didn't exist. Did we assist in the murder of the destruction of Libya where they're selling slaves? Yes, we did. Not just assisted. Air campaigns, bombing campaigns, getting these terrorists in order to attack the country itself. What of this do you think they can negotiate with? You understand that at one point Gaddafi had a relationship with the West. You understand that at one point Saddam Hussein had a relationship with the West. How did it turn out for both? You tell me. I'm pointing out, I'm saying nothing about Iran. I'm talking about what I know of as my country and the way my country behaves in regards to its politics. I'm talking about a stated, explicit interest to create a swath of blood through the Middle East, which is exactly what they did. This is not conjecture. Meaning, this is not me sitting in a room thinking shit up like, I think the US government may be doing it. They are doing it. They've done it. Past tense. Is Iraq an occupied country today? Yes, it is. Is Libya a functional country today? No, it's not. Is Syria run by lunatics and whack jobs and head choppers? Yes, it is. Were they like that before we started applying our conscious will and intent on destroying the Middle East? No, they weren't. They were something else. What about Afghanistan? Was Afghanistan what it is today? Or what was it in the 70s, for example, as compared to what it is today? Did we have a hand in doing that in order to pull the Soviets further into it? Is it a concerted strategy of the West to do exactly to Iran what is done to all of these other countries? You may not like me being a messenger on this. And I would agree with you. I don't live in Iran. I have friends who are there who I am deeply concerned about in this moment and during the war. So don't get it twisted. This is not me backseat driving just to be a Karen. I know my country. I know it deeply. I know it intimately. I am born and raised here. This very perspective that I have, this level of aggression and talking about it, it is ingrained in me from the country to which I come from. So whatever you think of Iran, God bless you for it. I'm telling you the way we think. And the way we think is, if you're coming and extending your hand, we're going to chop it off. We're going to stab you in the chest. We're going to drag your body, and we're going to take the country. Just like we did to every other country in the Middle East. I'm being straight with you. I'm being transparent. If you see something wrong in what I'm saying, tell me. I'm telling you, this is the way we think. So you can say, do I think they're morons? I'm not going to say I think they're morons. I'm going to say I think they made a mistake. I can even understand why they made the mistake. Look, people who are relatively moral, ethical, don't like to see other people get killed, people who aren't sociopaths. It takes a bit of contorting your workable point of view to understand sociopaths don't think that way. So nobody wants to see their country in a war. Nobody does. Nobody wants to see their cities get bombed. No sane and rational person wants that. Nobody. And if you're Iran and you are firmly within this camp of, well, we don't want those things to happen to us, you can come away with an assessment of, let's come up with a strategy to try to make a deal. That's a rational act. I don't begrudge them for that, by the way. What I begrudge them for is the naivety to believe that they were dealing with other people who they could make that deal with, given the context of events over the course of the last 20 years. That's what I begrudge them for. Appeasement didn't work with Neville Chamberlain either. You deal with people based on the environment that you find yourself. If I am being a hard ass, that is where it's coming from. It is not coming from a bad place. The law knows it's where it's not. I just know my country. Let me bring my guy on, KJ, unless there's anything else that Sam Ali wants to take the piss out of me about. KJ, no. What is going on, my man? How you doing today, KJ? You doing all right?
I'm doing well. Good to be with you.
KJ, no, he's a journalist, political analyst, writer, teacher, specializing in the geopolitics of the Asia Pacific region. He's a contributor to the book, Capitalism on a Ventilator, once censored by Amazon. It is now available at iacenter.org. KJ also is on the China Report on the Breakthrough News Network, a fantastic outlet, a fantastic show. KJ, when is your next outing, just so the people will know?
It was supposed to go on yesterday, but we skipped. I've been having some issues, some health issues, so it's a little tricky right now. But I'm here with you because you are important.
You're can't be a wuss, man. You got to get out there with the health issue. I'm teasing. I'm totally teasing, right? It's like the content matters the most. The content matters the most. No, man, I hope you're doing all right. I honestly do. I want you to exist and continue to exist and do so healthily. So whether you do my show or not, I just want you to be well. Something took place with China recently that I really want to get your take on. And some people have called it a diplomatic coup. Japan came out refusing to go, I believe it was to the NATO summit. And people are saying, okay, that's somewhat of a big deal. And part of the reason that Japan chose not to do it had everything to do with this attack by the US on Iran. They thought it was outrageous. Give me a take on this. And if I'm not mistaken, it was just Japan. It was, I thought it was another Asian country also. But at the very least, the fact that Japan has been, let's say, America's ace boucoon, has been very close to America, even to the point of saying that they want their work in military coordination with the United States, which ended up with fistfights in their parliament. That's a pretty big statement and a pretty big step not to accept. Give me a take on this. What's going on with this? Is this a fracturing of the relationship between Japan and the US? And is this a long time in the making?
Well, I think of it as a little bit, like the swallows at Capistrano, just one swallow does not a summer make. Of course, it's not just Japan, it's also Korea, which is also a big deal. So
Yeah.
the kind of key US vassals in the Asia Pacific are boycotting this NATO meeting. They're sending lower ranking officials, which in and
Yeah.
of itself is a pretty strong statement. So what does it mean? I hate to say this, it's too early to tell, but it is important. We just need to monitor it more carefully. But if Japan, the ultimate sycophant's vassal, and Korea, kept mistress, are not willing to attend the gathering, the family gathering, then there's clearly some strains going on there. Korea is interesting right now because Lee Jae-myung was recently elected, and he is sending some very strong message with the people that he's choosing. We always say people are policy. He's just nominated for his Minister of Labor, the head of a former head of the KCTU. If you know anything about labor struggles, KCTU is probably the most militant union on the planet. It's like if U.S. president had appointed the head of the IWW, the Wobblies, to be
Right.
Minister of Labor. So there's some strong statements going on. He's also appointed Kim Min-gyu, who is for prime minister. Kim Min-gyu was a guy who, in I think 1983, led a group of students to occupy the U.S. consulate in South Korea, demanding U.S. clarify its responsibility for the Gwangju massacre in 1980. So these people are not, shrinking violets, if you will. I mean, they're real, leftist firebrands. Kim Min-gyu, the prime minister nominee, he was arrested and he went to prison. He was sentenced to 6 years in prison and, tortured and all that. And essentially he was released early in 1988 or 1987. 86. But anyway, I mean, he is a genuine political firebrand. So there's some good signals coming from Korea. Japan, I'm always a little bit cautious about. They're a bit like, even when they talk up a storm, they're a bit like Turkey. I tend to discount most of what they're doing. But if Korea parts ways or separates itself from the U.S. agenda, or even sets a little bit of space for itself against the U.S. agenda, then that creates breathing space for the global South. China, was next on the chopping block after Iran. But if Korea separates a little bit, creates a little bit of space, distance, and Japan has a little bit of vacillation, then things look to be things are trending in a better direction in Asia, in Northeast Asia, and that's a good thing. And all of that has to do with the fact that people have a lot of hot takes right now about what Iran should or shouldn't have done, whether it was wise or not wise to go along with the ceasefire. Well, today, Jamal, is the 75th anniversary of the start of the Korean War. The war actually technically started 2 years earlier, but in the Western calendar, July 25th is the start of the Korean War. That war ended 3 years later with the United States having its rear end kicked to the curb, and that was ended with a ceasefire. That ceasefire has endured to this moment. So we have to look at the big picture and the longue durée, if you will, the long haul. Same thing, what is Iran up to? What is it thinking? I would say, like China, because it's a civilizational state that has endured millennia, It's thinking over the long haul. It knows that over the long haul, it has the advantage. No need to precipitate to constant kinetic fighting when the internal contradictions, both within Israel and in the United States, are extreme. Time is on Iran's side.
I accept that. I do accept that. Has Israel accepted its ceasefire in Gaza up to this point?
No, not at all. No, I mean,
Has Israel accepted a ceasefire in Lebanon up to this point?
of course not.
All right. And just to make this point clear, this is Jerusalem Times. This is coming out from, the horse's own mouth. Don't take my word for it. I will show it just so you can see it for yourself. Right here. Israel sees Lebanon as its model for ensuring that Iran does not try to rebuild its nuclear ballistic missile capabilities, according to the report. Since Hezbollah agreed to the ceasefire in November, Israel has struck repeatedly at Hezbollah sites and operatives in order to ensure that the Iran-backed group is not able to carry out attacks and rebuild its infrastructure. Effectively, they're saying, even before they enter into this, what I'm going to call a pause, I'm not even calling it a ceasefire, that our objective is to create and use the ceasefire as a tool in order to go after Iran and peck at it further on. I can show you the clip of Donald Trump putting out the video of bomb Iran. And I can show you this plan for the United States in which they've knocked over one government after the next all throughout the Middle East. So I understand this sense that North Korea and South Korea has been able to maintain a ceasefire. These are different animals, and these are different countries in the way that are being employed. Put it this way, if North Korea didn't have a nuke, they would have been trying to do the same thing to North Korea.
Well, I agree, absolutely. They're absolutely different animals. And certainly it's clear that both the United States and Israel are using diplomacy as simply another tool in their toolbox of war. Both diplomacy and international law and the IAEA, all of these things are simply just another tool in the toolbox of war. Just go on the IAEA thing, and the NPT. The NPT and the IAEA, it's essentially like getting a permit. When you build a house or when you want to, renovate your house, you're supposed to get a building permit, right? And that building permit is mandated so that you can do it safely, because because they want houses to be safe, and it's as if you filed a permit to build or a permit to develop safely, and the bureaucrats in the planning department looked at your plans and they said, great, we will use these plans to go in and break into your house and rob you and rape you and kill your family members. That's essentially what essentially what Grossi has done. He's turned essentially the nuclear planning department into a robbery, rape, and murder department.
Yes.
And by doing that, he's completely destroyed the global order. Now, these are allegations, so they need to be thoroughly investigated. But if even a smidgen of what is alleged is actually true, that there was collusion with Mossad and that intelligence was leaked to Mossad so that the reactors could be attacked and the scientists could be killed, then I think that Grossi has a lot of answering to do, and metaphorically he should be drawn and quartered. So this is a huge breakdown of international law and the institutions, weak as they were, flimsy as they were, that upheld a fragile order. All of that has completely gone out the window. But back to your point, yes, North Korea and Iran and the entire Middle East, West Asia are completely different animals. And I think that one of the things that has become clear for many people, if it wasn't already, is A, that North Korea made the right choices, and B, if it's a choice between Libya and North Korea, as a state, you have to take the North Korean option. But we have to unpack that a little bit more, because North Korea didn't simply become, a nuclear state overnight, and it didn't have this deterrent capacity overnight. In fact, what North Korea's situation is actually not unlike that of Iran in the current moment. So people say, well, North Korea is this, well, all that human rights bullshit. That is just constant and continual information war. But what North Korea did was, after the Korean War, it kind of reconstructed itself as a garrison state, or if you will, I even like to think of the analogy of a maroon society. I don't know if some of our listeners may know about maroon societies, but there were societies that were built by slaves, escaped slaves in Haiti, in the Caribbean, and in the south of the United States. They escaped from plantations and they built their own societies. And what they did was they built societies that were tremendously garrisoned, tremendously disciplined, often extraordinarily secretive, because they didn't want to give away any information about themselves, and tremendously capable of fighting and defending themselves. And that's what North Korea did after 1950. In fact, you really have to see this as a continuation over 3 decades, from 1919 onwards. They fought the Japanese colonizers, and then they fought the Japanese collaborators in the South, who were collaborating now with the United States. And then after 1950s, they built a kind of a maroon state with extraordinary discipline, extraordinary power. It's kind of like it's if you think of Wakanda, North Korea was the original Wakanda, if you will, a kind of a secretive state with tremendous powers that were not visible to the external world. In fact, if you read some of the early writings of the Black Panthers, the Panthers, I think Kathleen Cleaver went to North Korea, and her daughter was born in North Korea. She referred to it as a kind of Asian Switzerland. She said that, this is a country that's rich, that's powerful, that's clean. This is kind of the model of what a future society could be like. So anyway, the North Korean model is important because North Korea simply didn't deter itself from being taken down because it had nukes. It deterred the US and South Korea from attacking for decades before that. How did it do that? It created a wall of missiles and long-range standoff attack platforms that could wipe out the city of Seoul within hours. Essentially, people estimate that there are at least 10,000, not 10,000 missiles, 10,000 weapons platforms facing the city of Seoul that could essentially turn it to rubble within hours from a purely conventional standpoint. And so they had that conventional capacity, and then they had that nuclear breakout, which, of course, they had to do because they were being led down the garden path exactly the same as Libya and exactly the same as Iran. They had a good faith engagement. They needed nuclear generation capacities because it doesn't have oil, it doesn't have fuel. It's a very, very small country with very limited resources. They needed nuclear power, and the US offered them light water reactors in exchange for dismantling their program. They waited 8 years. The US gave them nothing, zilch. They didn't even give them, they were also supposed to give them heating oil in the interim. And I think the US did a few deliveries and then just let that thing go. So they knew that they were being, they played along as long as they could, first for 8 years and then for another, 5 years after that. And they did it as long as they could. But in the meantime, they were building up their nuclear deterrent capacity. But what I'm saying here is that people say, well, Iran has to do what North Korea did. What North Korea did was a multi-decade, multi-generational project. And I think Iran is part of the way there. It's kind of half of the way there, in that it has a significant conventional deterrent now. It's demonstrated that capacity. Every time, they fire a missile, Israel has to fire at least 2 interceptors. And the cost of those interceptors is 10 to 100 times the cost of the missile. That's a losing proposition right there. Every time, if Iran fires a missile and it hits, it's a success. If Iran fires a missile and the missile doesn't hit because they had to shoot it down with 2 to 5 to 10 interceptors, then that's already a win for Iran. So they will win the war of attrition over the long term. And so they've set themselves up with this conventional deterrent, which could still be further developed and is most likely being further developed. And then they are likely to go to the next step, which is what North Korea did. So there is a template, there is a pattern, and I believe that that's the direction in which they're moving. But I think we have to be careful about, the very, very urgent. I understand the urgency, but we also have to understand that each country has their own logic and their own strategy, and certainly they're thinking, I believe, of the long haul.
To be fair, I do get it. And look, I am not criticizing Iran for stopping, because I don't know what they're looking at. They may have their own dynamics that are at work. I agree with you with the money thing. Apparently Israel was like 20 billion shekels over budget. They needed like 30 billion shekels immediately, another 60 billion shekels just to keep going. And part of that was the dynamics of the money thing. Like, they're firing old ballistic missiles that they had in storage for the last 20 something years. And Israel has to continuously fire off air defense, and they're popping that stuff off. Okay, those things are like $2 million a pop. How much did they pay for the missile? Nowhere nearly as much as they were paying for the thing, not to mention the drones and everything else. So agree.
And they're getting those missiles from the United States.
Yes.
And then the US supply chain along the way involves China. So that trickle is going to become smaller and smaller.
By the way, that's the other part. The rare earth and minerals and those type of things, the supply chain was being crippled. They didn't have entire access to it. For one, the U.S. has spent 3 years giving all of that stuff over hand over fist to Ukraine. So the stockpiles were already low when Israel started their campaign. So there was already a limited supply that they had at their disposal. Add in the slowdown of the rare earth minerals that are floating through the economies and everything else. Okay, well, that means that the U.S. prioritizes its own as opposed to Israel, in which case Israel gets less and less and less. And so they were faced with budgetary difficulties, difficulties in armaments, like, meaning there was reasons that Israel was begging for a ceasefire. That, part of the reason why people said they should have kept going, meaning Iran. But fair enough, I'm not going to overly criticize them on that front. As for the nukes, I understand your point. North Korea had a hell of a deterrent before they ever got in nukes. And fair enough. And so does Iran, by the way. I mean, they've just demonstrated that they had the capacity to prevent what was a putsch attempt. They held up. Like, I wager to you that Donald Trump was being told, we can knock them over, they're weaker than what we think they are. And Israel went for it. I mean, you even had that goofball, the sons of the Shah, coming out of the woodwork, just out of the blue. Nobody had seen the guy for like 50 years. And he comes out the blue and starts putting out these propaganda pieces as if he's a government in exile, that he's going to take over Iran. Why is he doing that? He's doing that because in the minds of the Israelis and the US, we're trying to overthrow the state. We're doing decapitation strikes. We're trying to kill leadership. We're trying to overthrow the state. Then, if you've noticed, they had that message out in the Washington Post where they were threatening to murder the families of the military generals and these politicians if they didn't just effectively let it fall apart. Like just astonishing stuff. So Iran held. I've said before that they've won this round. They've been able to maintain. I just want them to continue to maintain, which is why this stuff freaks me out. And I don't believe for a moment that empire is giving up. I mean, look at what they did to Syria. It took, 15 years? Where they were finally able to peck Syria to death? And finally, at the end of it all, after these kind of large-scale pushes in one cases, terrorist activities in other cases, sanctions in other cases, paying off military personnel, where the state disintegrated. Assad has to flee, head choppers take over. I don't want that to happen to Iran. I just don't want it to happen to Iran. So however they need to maintain themselves, I want them to maintain themselves. I want them to maintain themselves. And by the way, a lot of people invoke China on this, but see, I think China has been helping though, even though China hasn't necessarily been loud about it. What do you say to the people who say, their regional allies need to get more involved in this? I think the criticism is a bit misplaced, but fair enough, the criticism is always raised. Give me your take on that. And maybe, I'm sorry, before I let you in on this, answer me something else. Do you disagree with my take? Because you were saying Iran is a civilizational state, that they've been around for a long period of time, that people who are, let's say, more kinetic, I guess, I don't think I'm more kinetic. I think I look at this as we are sociopaths, and appeasement hasn't worked. And as I don't want them to get into a fighting war with the U.S., for example, I thought they were correct in not going directly at the U.S. I thought they should just keep focusing on Israel, which is effectively what they did. Appeasement doesn't work. I just don't think appeasement works in this.
I agree. I agree. Appeasement doesn't work. But notice what happened as they were moving towards the ceasefire. So the U.S. attacked Fordo site. Yeah. Even in the U.S. press, they're saying that it really didn't do much.
Theatrical. It's
theatrical, and that's okay. War is often theatrical. People say, well, that's just performative. It's just theatrical. Actually, a lot of war and a lot of fighting is theatrical. And actors actually take on these theatrical performances because it's less costly. Sometimes you can get what you want for less by not actually engaging, but doing a theatrical performance. That's why animals puff themselves up and, make themselves look big. It's all theater, right? So there's always a theatrical dimension to war, to fighting, to combat. And so don't discount that. That's part of the progression of war. But certainly it can signal a pre-kinetic dimension, or it can give an opportunity for both parties to back down.
Okay?
Agreed. And what happened with the Fordo strike, as far as I can tell, the fact that Iran's counterstrike was so measured and so telegraphed lets us know that probably the damage to Fordo was not significant.
Agreed.
If the DIA is agreeing, if the U.S. media is saying that, nothing really happened, we didn't do much, and Trump is pissed off at them for saying that, and if the Israeli media is saying they've been wiped out for decades, that and Iran doesn't really retaliate, then nothing much happened, right? So that is a good thing, because right now it's still theatrical, and that theatrical stage is okay. Keep that theatrical stage going on as long as possible while you build your own strength. It's a little bit, the thing that I was thinking of is, in the martial arts, there are different types of sparring, and there are types of sparring which are just kind of, no holds barred, everything at it. And then there are types of sparring that are point sparring, or fencing is a kind of point sparring. So you make that touch, you make that, point, and then everybody, go back to their corners and regroup. And it's a little like the U.S. did a kind of a point maneuver, and then it wanted everybody to go back into their corners and regroup. And of course, the fighters are in a different mindset, so they brawled before the bell went off. But you can see that there is some element in the United States that is still working theatrically, because I think that they are concerned about their own capacities, as rightly they should be.
Agreed.
And so I think that's something to be moderately celebrated. I mean, in this world of terrible things that is happening right now, that is a small thing to be moderately optimistic about, which is not to say that none of this is not going to continue. Certainly, the ceasefire is a ploy. It is going to be a process of rearmament. But as I said before, the numbers are on the side of Iran. I think certainly the resolve is on the side of Iran. And war is often a battle of resolve, not simply of logistics. It's also a battle of resolve. The settler colonialists are dual citizens. They will not stand and fight, but Iran has nowhere to go. Yeah. Geography is a factor. Iran is 80 times the size of Israel. That in and of itself is an extraordinary fact. It's not a small, enclave that they can cage in and bomb every single day as they, pretend to offer food. It's a completely different animal, if you will. And so I think there are many factors on the side of Iran, and it could go either way. It could go the way of Syria, or it could go the way of North Korea. And I believe that the Iranian leadership is smart enough that they understand that this really has to be a North Korean type struggle.
From your mouth to God's ears. I agree with everything that you just said. I think I even said as much when I was doing the video before. I said, they probably reached for parity. That's assuming they respond at all. But if they do, it's parity. We don't want to go beyond a certain point because our objective is not to get the U.S. involved in the conflict. I wasn't sure where the U.S. head was. If the U.S. was going to look at any response saying, okay, oh my God, you attacked, you responded to us. And by definition, you responded to us. We're using that as a pretext to get involved. But it seemed like the U.S. I don't think the U.S. wants to get into a shooting war directly with Iran, where Iran extinguishes all of its capabilities at once. Meaning, I don't think that the U.S. wants to deal with 50,000 soldiers coming back dead in a body bag. Even though I don't think Iran wants to deal with the U.S. getting directly involved in an attack on Iran either. It's almost like a standoff. It's
Jamal,
not a nuke.
It would be 50,000 soldiers dead every week.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think the U.S. wants
those are the kind of numbers we're looking at. They're doing these studies on protracted war right now in the think tanks. They say, if we go to war with a peer competitor, with a superpower, like these are studies largely centered around China, but they're estimating, we're going to look at 3,000 combat deaths, every single day. Or 3,000 combat casualties every single day. Army medics are being trained now to do this kind of industrial scale triage. Yeah. No more of this kind of, boutique, artisanal, medical care, that saves limbs. No, they're being, trained to do industrial scale triage. And of course, there's a lot of talk right now among the kind of elite ruling class that sets policy about bringing back some kind of draft. So we know what's in store. I mean, we're already in a world war situation. This is a temporary lull. This is temporary pause. But still, that pause is worth something. It's still a breather. And I think that we have to think of a kind of long-term strategy. A little analogy. During the Vietnam War, the Vietnamese started negotiating with the United States in Paris. This was the Paris peace talks. Averell Harriman, ambassador at large, brought his U.S. delegation, and they booked the the best hotel suites in the Ritz Hotel, or some very, very swanky Parisian hotel, and they expected to have this knocked out and go home and celebrate how great they were. The Vietnamese delegation, the NVA, and the Vietnamese delegation, they were on a much tighter budget, right? Poor country, struggling for 3 decades of war, so they were on a much tighter budget, and so they rented a small cottage in the outskirts of Paris, not even inside Paris proper, but on the outskirts of Paris. They rented a small cottage, but the thing is, they took out a lease for 3 years. Okay, that shows commitment to the long haul, because they didn't expect to knock this out in two weeks. They understood that this was going to take years. And in the meantime, the fighting is going on, and, the death toll is going up. But they understood that this is going to take time. And I think that the Iranian leadership understands that it is going to take time. And the other thing that they should understand, which I think China understands, is that Iran is capable of winning if it does not fall apart from internal undermining, right?
Agreed.
Now, the thing is, if Iran can fight and prevail, it doesn't need China or Russia to get directly involved. If Iran is going to fall from internal dissent and internal undermining, then there's very, very little that a third party can do to prevent that. That's a whole different.
That's interesting. Your point is, look, either way, nobody else can get involved in a direct sense, because it's not something that can help them one way or the other.
First, Iran hasn't asked for help, but secondly, I think that there can be indirect support, but that direct intervention is not something that is wise for any party, including Iran itself.
And to be fair, China has been giving them indirect support. Has there been any reporting about what those deliveries were? I mean, they were like boatloads of cargo planes, day after day after day. Do we know what was being delivered? China, I haven't heard any news on what was being delivered, just that they were being delivered.
I don't know, and I've heard different things that I have no way of verifying. The only thing that I will point out, which is really important, there's actually a rail line that goes from Iran all the way to China,
right?
All the way, 14 hours. So that rail is going to be very, very busy. And then the other piece of this is that there is an Iranian port, a very important port, which is outside the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz. And so Iran can shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and it can still export if it wants to. That port is right next to Pakistan, right adjacent to the CPEC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, right onto the Belt and Road. So there are multiple different channels that are either outside the straits or overland that allow that Iran has this constant vascularization, if you will, like the blood. There's always a blood supply. There's constant vascularization. So it is not going to be choked out as the U.S. and the Israeli strategy is. The Israelis have their own strategy of attrition, which involves hybrid war and psychological warfare, and to kind of increase the internal splits and see if they can bring it down internally while putting this, Syria, Iraq type pressure on it. But I think that the Iranian leadership should be aware of that and take their own countermeasures.
Has China, correct me if I'm wrong, this may be a rumor, I don't even remember where I heard it from or read it. It was said that Iran didn't ask for help from China or Russia. Russia has pointed out that they tried to offer a deal multiple times, that Iran turned it down. Now, the guest that I had on yesterday said that Farsi news agency somewhat contradicted that, not directly. But effectively, we're going to remember the silence of our allies, something like that, which kind of indicates like, hey, We do expect help and assistance in some way. But again, those things aren't distinct from one another. I mean, it's very possible that Iran wants to be an independent actor. And any notion of air defense, any notion of some kind of union is by definition undermining its own ability of independence, which it doesn't want in a certain way. Meaning, we want help on our own terms, not on the terms to which you're offering it, which could be the difference between those things, meaning there's a line that can go through it. Same thing with China. From my understanding that Iran, this Chinese analyst was analyzing Iran. She was making this point of saying that they were weaponizing anti-American sentiment for their own ends, but they didn't necessarily want to work with the Chinese because they wanted to get closer to America. And give me your take on this one. Because I've just had a guy trying to take the piss out of me on my own channel about it. Look, I love it because it allows me to flesh out a point of view. But there is a mind, an argument that China and Russia haven't been doing enough. And again, there is a mind that, look, man, I know Putin's saying that, but we don't buy that's the case. The foreign minister went to Russia in the middle of that war. And mind you, you think to yourself, dude, you're going there in the middle of a war as opposed to 8 months ago when you could have had layered air defense, et cetera. But again, I don't know the reality of what's taking place behind the scenes. Maybe you do.
Jamal, I don't have any special insight into the internal workings of Iranian politics, but I do know that, once again, sorry with the North Korea analogy, North Korea, is a uniform garrison state. Iran is a multi-civilizational state. And so there are internal fractures inside it, different opposing parties. You could even say that the current administration is actually the opposition party. It's the opposition party to the hardliners that really would have wanted to prepare completely and totally for war. So in a sense, the U.S. has already put, or the opposition, the Western-friendly opposition party has some of its members in power, and certainly its informants in power. So I think that it's not unrealistic to think that, first, that there was a lot of division, and I believe there still is division. Now, hopefully, what has happened since then will be a very bracing and clarifying event for the Iranian leadership. They understand that, you can go the way of Libya and Syria, or you can go the way of North Korea, which is, build your national strength and not sell yourself out for a pottage on the notion that somehow these are good actors that are negotiating in good faith. No, that's become clear. Look at what happened with Grossi and their IAEA. Look at, all this notion of diplomacy and peace talks, right? As 2 weeks out, and then, within 2 days you're being hit, right? Yeah. So I think hopefully, there are lessons learned. I make no assumptions as to what the internal workings of the Iranian leadership are, but I think there are certainly lessons to be learned. But coming back to your question, what is the role of third parties, of other powers, of allies? Well, certainly both Russia and China had, comprehensive strategic agreements with Russia, as with Iran, but none of them had security agreements. None of them had, mutual defense agreements. Once again, the only country that China has a mutual defense treaty with is North Korea. It's the only country. So inside that context, with strategic comprehensive agreement, I think a lot can be done. Certainly, China sent ships. We know that there are Chinese spy ships in the area, which I think are not insignificant. That's really, really important. We don't know what else is being shared or being provided. And I think these things will come out over the long term. But whatever it is they're doing, I actually think it's both to the interest of Iran and to the other parties not to disclose what they're doing. I think if they say what they're doing, that will simply spread the war faster and more intensively. It will simply give an excuse to escalate even further and to escalate horizontally, to spread out into the Pacific. And I think if they keep very quiet about it, then you have two advantages. One is you have the advantage of surprise, and secondly, you have the advantage of, kind of, you don't have this kind of immediate enmeshment that can pull you into a war that you may or may not be ready for. Yeah. Certainly, China doesn't have an expeditionary army. It has a defensive army. Does not have an expeditionary army. Yeah.
One last question on this. What time is it? Jesus, I always keep you too long, KJ. I'm sorry.
Not a problem.
I am curious on this notion of. Let me explain it this way. From my point of view, these countries are not individuals, even though they are independent countries. The United States has worked with Europe almost like a glove, hand in glove. And they are very clear and unified on this notion of maintaining hegemonic control of the globe. Okay, so they're organized. But then you get this other kind of budding multipolarity that seems to be trying to bud into fruition. Like it's trying to bring itself into beingness, but it's not there yet. People could see it. They can notice, okay, it looks like it's coming into fruition, but it's not there yet. And so you get this hegemonic order that is trying to strangle it in the baby crib before it ever becomes a thing. And, I think the thing that terrified me the most when I heard about Iran wanting to go in its own way was, but you're not an individual player, even if you think you are. Meaning, like this notion that you give 15% of China's oil to it. Okay, that's a big deal, especially looked at from the perspective of the West, who wants to destroy China and sees you as a gateway to damaging China. Well, same thing with Russia, right? Where you gave the drones that assisted Russia in getting its drone production up and showing them how to do those drones in order to get that stuff ramped up in a way that is decimating Ukrainian ranks today. Okay, if you're the United States that have vested interest in trying to overthrow Russia or destroying Russia, okay, you're paying attention to the fact that Iran did that. Meaning Iran's very existence is the issue. If you can take out Iran, you can get the oil that Iran has at its disposal. Then on some level, you're controlling all of the oil throughout the Middle East with the equivalent governments of Saudi Arabia, UAE, etc. Not to mention you're under, Russia's soft underbelly, I'm going to call it. That is a big deal. Like, meaning Iran's existence is the issue. And its association and interlockings with various countries that the U.S. considers to be targets and considers to be the fulcrum of what it means to be a multipolar world. I'm saying that to say that's a lot of what the China. I'm saying that to say that Iran, regardless of how it sees itself, is not an independent actor. None of these countries are, considering that they are coming into fruition of this kind of budding new world. And yet they don't seem to quite understand that in a security sense, that your ideas are great, but your ideas are nothing if you can't defend those ideas. That's why the first priority of a government is defense. We must be able to defend ourselves before we can do anything else. And I guess I'm looking at these countries of this multipolarity. That's the kernel of the multipolarity, the fulcrum of the multipolarity, as requiring some level of internalization of that fact in a way that I don't think they seem to. Do you think this event is the thing that sparks that notion of, hey, we need to do something different. We need to defend ourselves, if nothing else?
Certainly, I think there are many lessons learned and being studied in this current moment. I agree. It would be to the advantage if the burgeoning multipolar world had stronger alliances. Currently, it's a network of weak alliances, but don't underestimate the strength of weak connections. It's like water. Water is connected weakly, but it can also be very, very powerful. It's just that it needs to reach a certain critical mass, which it hasn't reached yet, but it will be. I think there's certain things that have to be done and also have to be understood. First thing to understand is that, of course, there is a kinetic dimension to this war. And even prior to the kinetic dimension, there's a theatrical, performative dimension to this war. And then there's an information dimension to this war. And then there is an entire hybrid dimension to this war, which includes economics and trade and law and all of tech and all of these things. All of these things are part of the picture. So we really have to, zoom out and look at the big picture and understand this is multi-domain hybrid warfare that's happening. The US is certainly thinking in those terms. Is Iran thinking in those terms? Hopefully, at least in certain domains, it's starting to. One of the things that it needs to make sure that it maintains is digital sovereignty. Okay, it needs to have digital sovereignty. It cannot allow Facebook to be used as a way of tracking and assassinating people, or allowing Palantir and Facebook and the Silicon Valley dirtbag class to essentially create an electronic panopticon that allows them to pick off the Iranian leadership at will. And so in order to do that, it needs to create digital sovereignty like China has. If there's anything China has done well, apart from economic development and governance, it's been creating digital sovereignty. Let the West scream about, China, not having Facebook. Nobody cares. It's a good thing. It's actually a really, really good thing that you don't get this kind of toxic pollution and toxic information warfare that is waged constantly. I mean, essentially, it's one large electronic graffiti board, right, that we have essentially. I mean, even in the comments sometimes here on this show. But most of them are good, but sometimes you get, these graffiti artists, right, these trolls who come on. So digital sovereignty is really, really important, because you have to understand that there is the information and cyber dimension of war. And then I think there are other measures that have to be taken, that have to be built out comprehensively. But we have to watch out for the flash and the drama, of kinetic war. There's a lot else that's going on right now that is equally important. And those are the elements that will make or break whether Iran is able to sustain itself, survive, and transition and help the growth, the birth of a new multipolar world. I think that we're on that way. I think that time is an issue, but I believe that time is on Iran's side, and the internal fissures that Iran also potentially faces, which is why it's inadvisable for foreign powers to intervene directly, are also internal fissures that the United States and the EU itself is facing. So, I'm very generic here, but I think that time is on Iran's side, and that we need to look at the big strategic hybrid picture.
No, KJ, I agree with everything you just said. I look, I don't want a kinetic war. If that's the impression I'm giving, that's not what I want. So I just want to make that very clear. I agree with everything you said. I do think part of the reason why we're having this kind of kinetic war is for the exact reason that you're saying, that if left to its own devices, if China develops, Iran develops, Russia develops, India, Pakistan, et cetera, you get a situation where the West starts to lose its control. And it's that loss of control that's driving these conflicts, either in Ukraine or, for that matter, driving these conflicts in the Middle East. I mean, I could be wrong, but it seems a certain amount of desperation. Like, yes, they've worked their way to get to Syria, and then they finally get to the point where they can attack Iran. This has been something that they've been planning for, 25 years in the making?
At least.
And with Russia, they've always, that's been the big thing, that they've always wanted to take down Russia in the sense of being able to take their resources and destroy the Russian state. And they've been wanting to pivot to China for God knows how long. And they've been so bogged down in these other wars that they can't even get around China. They just use Taiwan to kind of poke it with a stick. So no, I don't doubt that I think everything you're saying is correct. that fundamentally they left to their own devices, they lose. China is what, a country of 1.4 billion people, an industrial capacity that is unseen, like on this planet. What does that look like in 20 years? Or you look at Russia and its military capability. Jesus Christ, the Oreshnik missile by itself is a terrifying weapon. Like, imagine if Russia never even disclosed that that weapon existed. Like, they terrified the world with that weapon. And now they're going into mass production of that weapon. So they have a lot of them on hand when, in their minds, because what Russia is thinking to themselves, Europe at some point is going to get fed to the Russian wood chipper. And we need to be prepared for that moment when Europe attacks, or at the very least where war is provoked in Europe. Like, people are, it's unfortunate because I agree with you. It does seem like kinetic is one dimension of it. And it seems like it is on the horizon. It just does. I could be wrong, but it seems like these guys are willing to end the world to maintain control, despite the fact that nobody told them that they needed to keep control forever. It's just weird.
You know, I've always said this, Jamal. I agree with you. The ruling imperial elite, they would rather see the end of the planet than the end of their power and privilege. And that's because for them, the end of their power and privilege is the end of their world, not the world, but their world. And they're willing to take the world down with it. And so this is the really, really dangerous moment. But we can also note, as I've said before, there are fractures and fissures inside Europe itself. You know, Spain is not going, you know, has made strong statements, not going along. You know, I think there are fractures inside even northern Europe that could happen. And so ultimately, you know, we don't know where this will go, but we know that there will be multiple twists and turns. And in the meantime, I think the key part is for us to first, as I've said before, degauss your brains. Okay, do not be taken in by the propaganda. Anybody who tells you that this is Israel's war and the U.S. is getting pulled into it, you need to rethink that. You know, this is a trope that is always trotted out. Anytime the U.S. Has a war, it says that, you know, we were pulled into it by a bad actor, right? You know, they went pulled us into it, right? I mean, this is the enmeshment trope, and the counterpart of that is the abandonment trope. They didn't want to be abandoned, so they enmeshed us into fighting with them and for them. This is all like, you know, this is like grade school psychobabble. You know, you go and get your MFT, but, you know, please don't bring it into, you know, into the political arena.
They say that stuff though. They say it in media with a straight face. They would say it in a heart. Like, you know, that when Trump was like, yeah, it's going to take 2 weeks. And I remember doing a video immediately. I said, habitual liars lie as a rule, like as real as gravity, habitual liars lie. And I said, most likely Trump is going to attack immediately. And especially when I saw Vance was like, oh, we don't want to get pulled into this. I was like, they're going to attack. Like, the notion that Vance watched the U.S. build up all of this hardware coming out of, you know, spent weeks building up hardware in the Middle East. And then Vance, at this very moment after building up all the hardware, is like, yeah, we don't want to get pulled into a conflict. Dude, did you not see for the last several months that they were building this shit up in the Middle East? It's so shallow. And the media will report it like, well, the U.S. was negotiating honestly, and that dastardly Israel just pulled the U.S. into a war. They would say it.
Right.
They say it all the time.
So this is how the media works, and it's also how the language is configured. You know, it's like every time you hear about an officer-involved shooting, you know, the officer was not in. It's not an officer-involved shooting, like you just got involved in it by accident. It's a police murder. Murder, right? So that involvement is just a fig leaf for a linguistic mystification of what really happens. You know, it's a police murder. It's not the U.S. involved war. It is a U.S. initiated, planned, designed, genocidal spree, which has been going on for multiple administrations. And, you know, you look at what the ogres at CNAS are saying, you know, Biden Blinken. These people, yes, they're doing what we planned. This is just, they've taken the baton and they're running with it. So we need to degauss our minds, and then we need to get rid of, discard and not be deceived by these linguistic tropes and these, facile psychological and rhetorical devices. And we really need to understand the situation clearly, pan out, have a big picture, understand the long-term and the hybrid dimension of this war. And then we have to ask ourselves, what can we, as, for the most part, denizens of the imperial core, do in order to prevent this from cresting over into kinetic war? What kind of activities can we do to promote peace? Simply saying, you and him fight, that's not very constructive. We need to have a deeper and more thoughtful analysis and engagement with the issues.
KJ, you're fantastic. You are fantastic, man. Thank you for this. I hope you feel better. I really appreciate you joining me. Either way, I thank you for this. KJ No, journalist, political analyst, writer, teacher, specializing in the geopolitics of the Asia-Pacific region, contributor to the book Capitalism on a Ventilator, once censored by Amazon. It is now available at iacenter.org. You can also find KJ on the China Report on Breakthrough News Network, and there is an episode coming out soon. So KJ, thank you for this, man. You be safe, okay?
Thank you.
All righty, guys. We have come to the end. I think I'm going to change the thumbnail for this video. It feels very aggressive. Capitalism on a Ventilator is the name of the book. Capitalism on a Ventilator. Let's go to the chats. Let's see if Sam is still here. Let's see if he wants to take the piss out of me some more. Sir Mike Salat, Daily. It said the worst part of Israel failing is that the bunch of racists moved back to the United States. I love your show. Please keep up the excellent work. Oh, thanks, Sir Mike Salat. Yeah. What is it on Inglourious Bastards, where they would carve the Nazi symbol into the person's skull, so they can't just float back into the civilization as if they weren't Nazis. Yeah, agreed. Frank Friel, great show, Jamal. How do I contact protest groups to find out when they march? Oh, Frank, I have no idea. I would say type in protests. Go to Google, type in protests. Like if I had to just flip in a coin, where is a protest for war, against war in Iran? Where is a protest for so and so? They'll show up. That's how I found the Martin Luther King protests at the BLM thing. Wandy USA, I think AI is screwing with our technological information. We have no way to verify it. That is true, by the way. That is true. On some level, it's true. I mean, if you are a well-funded government and you want to, let's say, spark chaos, can you create something that looks real? I mean, think of what we did during the Iraq War. That was even before we had AI and everything else. Where they had the pulling down the Saddam statue. Okay, that wasn't organic. That was some shit they made up. Or think of the babies in incubators. Okay, they should get that shit was made up. That wasn't organic. Did they have political impact? Yes. Even to this day, when they talk about the Iraq War, what do they show? The picture of Saddam Hussein's statue being pulled down. It was purely for public consumption. It wasn't real. So, yes, you can imagine if they did that back then. Imagine what you could do now. Yesterday, AI told the truth, and someone fixed it. In the USA. Sparky, I agree. Iran shouldn't have let up on Israel. So I'm very squishy with saying that. I got to be very honest with you. I'm very squishy with saying that. I think that. But I think that sitting here drinking a cup of coffee, I'm trying to nail down the difference, right? I'm drinking that, sitting here with a light, drinking a cup of coffee. Yes, I think that. I mean, if their economy was going bust, yes, with one exception, one catch, and there is a caveat to that. The U.S. doing that theatrical, but see, Trump is stupid though. Like, okay, let's accept there's a fog of war. Let's accept that. In the context of that fog of war, you have the Israelis who are effectively begging to stop. You can read their media and you know that even though they're begging to stop, that they've never had a ceasefire that they've attended to. So in my mind, okay, you're begging to stop. You've never attended to ceasefires anyway. So why am I stopping? Especially if you're making the argument, we're doing this in part for the Palestinian cause. Okay, well, the Palestinian cause just went up in smoke, right? You stop as soon as they start begging for a ceasefire. But let's say you kept going and their economy starts to run hot. They're begging the United States, we need them to stop. We need them to stop. We can't keep this up. We can't keep this up. Our economy is going to go belly up. Now, maybe the US gives you money, but as Iran, what you see is that the US has just attacked you. You don't want to fight the US. You have a very specific objective in going after Israel. You don't want to get into a large war in this way. And you don't know what's in the US head either. Like, these are black boxes. It's very possible that the US attacked not for any weapons stuff, because again, the weapons stuff was always fake, as a warning. Stop. I hope you get my point. The nuclear weapons thing was always fake. That was never real. There was never, that was always a stalking horse just to get involved in a conflict. And so Israel is fighting. Your proxy is getting exhausted militarily and economically in a way that you didn't think was going to be the case. They're begging you to stop it, meaning they're begging Iran and they're begging the Trump administration. And Trump throws his body in the ring. He throws his fat body in the ring. As a warning, they're begging you to stop. Now, understand why he's doing this. He's not doing this because, it's in Iran's best interest. He's doing this because Israel needs them to stop. So I get that a lot of people are saying, and I think I've said it even myself, that Israel or Iran should take up going. But we're saying that under this model that the US has no longer a justification to get involved in the conflict. Now, the problem for Trump is that his argument is, I've obliterated the nuclear stockpile. I've destroyed all of it. And if you're using that as your justification for the war in the first place, and as your justification for getting involved, then how the hell do you come back later if Iran just continues? Okay, we're going to keep going. You did what you do. We did. We did our thing. We're going back to Israel. And we're going to keep bombing the shit out of them. And we're going to escalate against Israel. You don't have a justification to get involved now. According to you, you've destroyed our stockpile. Hope you get my point. Like, it's one thing if the US strikes and says that we believe we hit the stockpile. Okay, but Trump said we obliterated it. So with that argument, you've removed any rationale to hit them again. But the truth of the matter, if I'm right, and they got involved in this purely as a show of force to say, Israel needs you to stop right now, so you need to stop. And if you don't stop, we will get further involved because we need to protect our client. It's very possible Iran stopped for that reason. Might not have been, I don't know. It's hard to know. Like, there's no way to know what's going on behind the scenes. They could have gotten a message from the US saying, hey, we're going to get further involved if you don't stop. Of course, that comes with its own problems, right? If that's the case, what stops the US from getting involved at all? Under that model, they can attack you for as long as they can go. At some point, they're going to peck away at you. Meaning, the moment that we get to the point of being able to prosecute the war in our interests, the US gets involved to stop it. And we just keep doing that over and over and over again. Okay, well, that's fucking outlandish, right? So I don't know. I strongly suspect, though, that Trump threw his body in the fight to protect Israel. Do you honestly think that the U.S. would throw its body into the ring to protect the person the client is fighting? The U.S. pays 80%, if not more, of Israel's military. God knows how much of their economy they pay for. And so, obviously, they're not going to do anything that is against the interests of their client. And so, it's not like Iran is saying, hey, we want to stop. They don't give a shit if Iran wants to stop. They give a shit if Israel wants to stop. There's a difference. So who knows what's behind the scenes? Behind the scenes, the U.S. might have, in fact, they might not even need to say anything. Just the very fact that they got involved in the way that they got involved might have been a lesson to, or a warning to Iran. They're begging you to stop. And Iran says, look, we'll stop if they stop. They stop first. Okay, we can make that deal. You get the last hit. So I agree with you, though. It's unsatisfying. I agree that they shouldn't have let up on Israel. Maybe Iran is banking on Israel undeniably breaking the so-called ceasefire. That's what everyone says. And use the short break to accept more help from friendly countries. Sparky, from your mouth to God's ears. From your mouth to God's ears. God, man, I hope they are getting all the help that they can. I hope they're accepting all the help that they can. I hope that they're using this time wisely, because it is a pause. It is not a ceasefire. It is a pause. Israel has violated every ceasefire that they've been involved in. And, I'm pretty sure at this point they understand that they're fighting the U.S. also. They need to take precautions. So, Sparky, from your mouth to God's ears. From your mouth to God's ears. A choreographed movie sword fight is much more entertaining than a real one. Well, it kind of depends, Sparky. Kind of depends. Depends on the stakes. If it's choreographed, what a good shit. If it's not, and I don't know what's going to happen, and it's random, that's more interesting. That's more interesting. The context is more interesting. It's like a wrestling match. Wrestling is kind of interesting, but it's choreographed. It's fake. So what does it matter? Somebody wrote it. It's different when people have things to lose, things that they are fighting for, where there's consequences to losing. It's not just these theatrics, but each side is doing what they can. It's like a boxing match, right? There's a reason that boxing matches are interesting. There's a reason why sporting events are interesting. There's a reason why people go to jail when they try to fix those things, because it's the randomness that makes it what it is. Same thing with this. It's a war. There's a reason why people make movies for war, because there's consequences, in regards to who wins and who loses. The world sometimes changes in regards to who wins and who loses. So, yeah, choreographed, there's a reason for it. Yeah, I understand your point. But look, none of this to me is satisfying. And I don't mean so. I don't want, my point, what I'm trying to say is, I don't want the U.S. attacking Iran at all. That's what I mean by it's unsatisfying. I don't want us involved. If Israel wants to fight a war with Iran, let Israel build its own weapons, let Israel fund its own economy, and let Israel get involved in its own fight. That's giving them a blank check to go to war for these geopolitical concerns I don't want to be involved in. But therein lies the rub. Israel's not doing this on their own. They're doing it because we're backing them to do it. Our wants and their wants for greater Israel dovetail. But it's not this rogue actor nonsense. People need to cut this shit out. It doesn't even make sense. Always appreciate KJ's analysis. Plato's beard. Cato is fantastic, ain't he? He's very calm, very deliberate, very patient in the way that he thinks about this stuff. Yeah, he's very deliberate and very, I would tell you this, one of the biggest difficulties that I had with chess, and mind, I was a monster at chess. I was a monster. When I was playing at my best, God, I was brutal. Easily within the 50th best in the state of Virginia. Third best scholastic when I was in high school in the state of Virginia. easily could stick with masters in blitz. I was a monster. When you're playing slow chess, you're thinking of so much. That's why I like playing blitz, because you don't have to sit there and think about that shit. One of the hardest things for me is, when do you do something? Like, let's say you're playing somebody. Let's say you're looking at the board and you're thinking to yourself, I think this can happen. You got to move your pieces in a position, though, to get it there. But I think this can happen. Depending on how strong the other person is, the person may see it or may they not. But you don't know that. It's a blind spot. And at some point, you have to pull the trigger. And sometimes you have to pull the trigger in a way where you don't know as a flat fact what's around the corner. And I know you can say, well, dude, it's chess, right? Everything's there. You can see it. No, that shit doesn't work that way. That shit gets hazy very quickly, especially when you get like 4 or 5 moves out. And there's, let's say the first move is force, second move is force, third move. There's 3 different main moves that you think for the person. And let's say by the time you get to the 5th move, okay, now there are more. Let's say you get to 6. Okay, now there's more. And it's hazy. You don't know if it's going to work the way you think it's going to work. Sometimes you do something that is completely committal, where you're like, I'm sacking a piece. Fuck it. I'm in it for the long haul. We're going to ride or die. This boat is going to California. It's going to bust. But you think it works. And you think to yourself, okay, 6 moves out, I think I can win that position. I think I can win that. But you don't know it as a flat fact. You just think it. You think, based upon what I think this looks like, or at the very least what I believe this is, my chances of winning it are better than theirs. Even though I'm a piece down, I think I can get that piece back. And not just get that piece back, I think I can make them. So fuck that piece. It's not always clear. It's not always clear. It's the unclarity that is, I don't know, it's unclarity that's difficult. It's like KJ is very measured. For me, knowing when to pull the trigger was always hard. It's always hard, especially when you're playing somebody of equal stature. Like if you're playing somebody who's a master, or you're playing somebody who's 2100. Yes, you have 40 moves in 2 hours. That time goes by very fast when you're trying to crunch through lines of logic. And you know that your opponent is just as good as you are, if not better. You can see that shit. And you're trying to figure out, all right, does this work? I'll give you an example. I was playing Virginia Museum of Fine Arts. They used to have tournaments. I was playing this Egyptian guy, I think. And I planned this shit. It's just like 16 moves, like obscenely long. And like I said, at that point, you can't really see it. Sack a piece, chase the guy. I lose the game. I should have won that game. After doing all of that analysis, like 15 moves out, I miss a single move made. It's fucking outrageous. The question at the time was, okay, do I pull the trigger on this now? The answer was yes. I did that. I was correct in doing so. But then maiden won, and you fucking miss it. Fucking miss it. You can't see around corners. KJ, but that's a chess mindset, right? That's like people who, I make a move, somebody else makes a move. I respond, they respond. Cause, effect, and you're pursuing an objective, single-minded objective. I win, they lose, or vice versa. Yes, there are draws, but you don't really want that. You want to win. As KJ always tells me, Go is different. Go is just different. I'm going to build relationships. I'm going to build this. And chess is not about relationships. Pieces are use value. They're expendable. You give up one advantage to get another advantage with the goal of getting the ultimate trophy, which is the king. These are different minds of thought, which is why I always find it super interesting to talk to KJ. It's I'm a creature of my mindset in this case, because that's what I grew up doing ever since I was a child. And when you grow up doing that as a child, it infects your thinking for everything else. There's no way out of that box. You think that way. It's hard to extricate yourself from it. I don't know about Go players. I don't know how they function or how they think in this regard. I just know how I think. I admit I'm more kinetic is not the right word for it. I'm more, I guess I can be more aggressive on this stuff. Yeah, I don't know. But KJ is fantastic. He's very measured. He knows his stuff. Karma's a beach. What does that say? Siphonous pigs? What? I think you're trying to say Zionist pigs. Oh, right. Karma's a bitch. She's Zionist pigs. Yeah. Fair enough. Please don't stop Iran. Pink Rose, please don't stop Iran, indeed. But again, we don't know why they stopped. Like I said, they could have stopped because they thought the U.S. has just attacked us. This was a warning. Israel needs to stop. And if we keep going, does the U.S. get further involved? That could be your logic, right? Now you could say to yourself, okay, but how do they justify getting further involved? They've said they've destroyed all of our nuclear complement. Okay. They said there was a reason for doing it. Okay. We're going to punch this pig, right? If they come up and attack us again, then you need to explain that to your population, which they will make some shit up, true. But the fig leaf gets, smaller. Like the penis starts to show a little bit, right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a tough one. Like, I cringe at criticizing them for stopping. By the same token, they were attacked. Israel was begging for the ceasefire. But see, again, by my own measure of things, I would have been far more vicious in what I was going after. And it would have been parody. You're going after my people, I'm going after yours. You're going after my hospitals, I'm going after yours. I don't care what your Western press says about me. I'm never going to get a good headline in the West anyway. So what does it matter? The Global South has watched you commit a genocide. Do you honestly believe that they're going to back you in your genocidal regime? Meaning the people who I need to back me, they will back me. The people who won't, I don't give a shit about anyway. So what does it matter in that case? But that's the way I think. And in their minds, they're like, well, we want to be the moral military. Fair enough. I accept that. I understand that. I even commend them on it. But viewpoints aren't absolutes. It's like if you're writing, if you're giving a speech and you go into, let's say, a church, writing about Satan may not be the best thing in the world. Wrong audience. If I'm trying to pursue a war aim, that's a little bit different than me trying to be moral. Those two things aren't the same. And in pursuing a war aim, yes, parody may mean I do horrible things, especially if I'm not the one that's initiating those things. So, fair enough, Pink Rose. Yes. A disbeliever, what? Disbelieve your eyes. I think this was a politically pressured strike. Like COVID, Trump was pressured into doing something drastic. One base doesn't stop Iran's nuke development. Something else is going on. Dude, fuck that. No. Fuck that. No. Fuck that. No. Just no. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Donald Trump is not an infant. Donald Trump is not an infant. He's a grown-ass man, and he decided to be president of the United States. Donald Trump was trapped, as I kept saying, he was trapped by his own language. Donald Trump early on said, Iran are nice people, but I'm going to bomb them. I'm going to bomb them. I'm going to bomb them. They can't get a bomb. They can't get a bomb. I'm going to bomb them. I'm going to bomb them. I'm going to bomb them. If they don't do, XYZ. And what does he do? They tell him to fuck off. And he bombs them. Now, if you want to say to me, well, Jamal, what if you give Trump the benefit of the doubt? That these things aren't mutually exclusive. That Donald Trump really did want to end wars. But he's an American president. And he wants to end within an American context. I could say, okay, he's incompetent. Fair enough, if that's what we want to agree upon. Because this notion of American exceptionalism runs up against hard realities of Russian power or Iranian dignity and sovereignty, that your belief in yourself doesn't matter. Meaning you viewing the world through an American lens is irrelevant to the hard realities that you're being confronted with. You can't do shit against the Russians in their military campaign in Ukraine. And pretending that you can is just pretending. It's just pretending. Who are you pretending for? You can't do anything. And the shadow war that you ran under the actual war backfired tremendously. You may view yourself any way you want. That says nothing about the way I view you. You can go with this exceptionalism nonsense, and you can tell yourself that. You can look yourself in the mirror with an undeserved sense of awesomeness. Nobody else has to look at you that way. Your self-confidence is purely your self-confidence. It's not the way other people see you. And I'm saying that Donald Trump may have got in telling the world, I'm going to be a peacemaker. I'm going to be holding a dove. I'm going to be doing all this other nonsense. In an American context, which contradicts reality. I hope you get my point. There are things that just don't mix. This notion of being a peacemaker in an American context is not the same thing as being a peacemaker. Those are very different things. In fact, they're oxymorons. They're oxymorons. They're oxymorons. They don't work together. They're not. I'm looking for a word. Screw with me. It's a very specific word for whatever reason. I know. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Where is it? Paradoxical. For the life of me, that word has been evading me like nobody's business. It's been on the tip of my lip. Look, those things don't match. Donald Trump may think that he can get peace in an American context. He may not even realize it's an American context. It may be a fish in water. He may, in his mind, think there's no water here. This is just reality. His conception doesn't matter. You're dealing with a country that just won a war or is winning a war. And you're acting as if they didn't just win a war. They know they won the war. They know that if this keeps going, Ukraine is going to collapse and they're going to take all of it. They know it as lungs knows air, as eyes know sunlight, as real as gravity. They know it. So you trying to con them into something less than the fact that they knew that they won doesn't matter. That's called a failure. If you're trying to get Iran to give up sovereignty, that's called a failure also. Now, they might have told Trump, so you may make the argument, well, they told Trump that he'll be able to do this. Or they told Trump he'll be able to accomplish this. Or they told, okay, fair enough, that may be the case. Trump doesn't read, he doesn't know shit. They may have given him a coloring book, pop-up pictures that he could see and say, oh, okay, well, let's go this route. That may be the case. I'm saying that Trump is a grown-ass man. He decided that he wanted to be president. People, having no choices, voted him in. He doesn't get to blame somebody else. He is commander-in-chief. He's not the weakest person on the planet. This notion that he may be being pushed or maneuvered or what, I don't care. I don't care. He shouldn't have taken a job if he's not strong enough to do the goddamn job. Just like the Gipper. The Gipper, Ronald Reagan at least came on air and says, I didn't know anything about it, but the buck stops with me. I respect that on some level. Blame me, I'm the president. I don't respect this shit of, well, Donald Trump is being maneuvered, he's an infant. He has intelligence of the psycho. They're pushing him around. Don't give me that. Don't give me that. Don't give me that. Just don't give me that. I give that no credence. No, I don't accept it. 80% lately, the U.S. funds 100% in every way. Sparky, I am trying. I'll go with a number that I know is right, as opposed to 100%, what I'm not certain about. But fair enough. Ice Razio. Trump admits that Israel got hit really hard. Yes, he did. And a lot of buildings were taken down during NATO summit. Yes, they were. Yep. That's cost money. As I said, they got hit. They didn't want those videos to come out for a reason. That's why he got involved, which is what I think he got involved. That's why I think he got involved. Look, I've been pretty damn accurate in my assessment of this stuff, in my takes on it. When I don't know, I pose questions. When I think I'm accurate, I would say what I think it is. And I've been closer to the truth than any of mainstream media, whether it's on the Ukraine war or whether it's on this. This channel has been correct. I saw Crystal Ball was like, wow, I didn't think that was going to happen. I was like, you were watching the wrong channel. You were watching the wrong channel. This channel nailed it. I'm going to end this. It's late. I'm tired. Shout out to all of you. I want to thank you. Where's the gentleman that was going after me? Where is he? No, don't say that bad. I said that in a good way. Where is it? Sam Ali. Sam, I appreciate your point. I do. I honestly, I do. I am not trying to be a dick to Iran. I swear to God, I'm not. I want Professor Morandi to be safe. I want, what is his name? I'm going to butcher his name. Afanashad. I want him to be safe also. Meaning I have people that I know and care about in Iran that I don't want going anywhere, and especially not the route of Syria. If I'm being critical, it's not out of malice. It's not out of malice. The Lord knows it's not out of malice. It is out of me wanting them to be strong enough where they persist. I could get it wrong. If your point is for me to accept that I'm not in that position, agreed. Agreed, obviously, right? But my job is analysis. And my take on this has been right, especially from the standpoint of what the U.S. was going to do and what the U.S. had been doing. So you can discount my point of view on this, but I have been right throughout. Not because I have God's knowledge of what Iran is. It's because I know what my country is, what we are, what's in my bones, what's in my bricks. I get it. Me knowing that gives me a window into what the U.S. plan and policy is going to be. It's a workable point of view. So you can ask me, do I know better than Iran's thing? I don't know if the question is relevant. I think what the question is relevant is, do I know my own country? And the answer is yes, I know my own country. So Jamal Iran knows that its destiny is turning Israel back to Palestine. Jino Choi, we will see. We will see. That is a fine line to walk, though, Jinho. That's a fine line to walk. They have nukes. That is a fine line to walk. All right, guys. I am going to end this. Andrea Black. I was worried about Morandi till he turned up and he was in a TV station when he got targeted. I know. It's freaking me out. He's freaking me out. He is freaking me the fuck out. He's freaking me out. I want him to be safe. That is a voice that I want to be able to hear from and listen to. He's a decent man. He's a decent man. I respect the shit out of him. Charles G. Yeah, you could find that in Zion. Who else? Darth X. Wandy. Somebody named you know. AG, Charles G. Cherie. Benny Hill. Sunny FX. Wow, some of these names are new to me. Douglas Miller. Guys, thank you. By the way, we're over 1,000 people again. We're over 1,000 people again. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I thank all of you for joining me. I love your commentary, even when you disagree with me, almost especially when you disagree with me. It allows me to flesh out my own thoughts because I can be wrong. I accept that. Sparky Jamal, it's obvious that you should cheat and use a crystal ball like Brian. No, Brian knows his shit, man. He knows his shit. He gets to before me, but he knows his shit. Look, to be fair, I require looking at real world events, if that makes sense. Brian just reads the policy papers. Like, that's the funniest shit in the world, right? Like, he's like, dude, and he's telling everybody for years, they wrote it down. It's like, what do you guys think? They wrote it down. And for me, it's kind of like, all right, well, let's see what Trump does when he gets in. And Brian's like, they wrote it down. Doesn't matter. And it's like, all right, I want to see what he does. Right? President, his agency on some level. And then you see what they're saying. And it's like, okay, this sounds absurd. And then you put it in the context of the meaning. I come to this differently. I do see what is happening in order to come to my assessments, because I do give the president agency on some level. He can buck a trend. Might not want to carry a certain bag, but at the same time, he can get maneuvered. You know, it's not perfect. Just because I write something down doesn't mean it's going to work out that way. And I could get it wrong, right? So I accept that. I do accept it. Brian is fantastic, by the way. He's going to be here on Tuesday. He will be here on Tuesday. I would imagine he is like blue in the face, screaming like Moses, holding up the tablets. Like, I've been trying to show you motherfuckers this for years. Like, this is what I've been trying to show you. Yeah, he has to be exasperated at this point. It's like, I've been telling people till I've been blue in the face and nobody's been listening to me. So yeah, he probably feels vindicated, and he should feel vindicated. All right, guys, I'm going to end this. I'm going to say wait, what's this? Wandy USA, I was pissed you ended your show for Sputnik. I didn't end my show for, yes, I did, I suppose. Yes. I can't defend it. I have no defense for that. Yes. I got fat and lazy. I was well fed, fat and lazy. I wanted to go back. I wanted to restart. And multiple times. Here's the thing. When you spend 3 hours doing a show, you don't have anything else to say. And like, part of me doing my channel was me getting out my frustrations, my energies, my shit that I wanted to talk about. When you do that on radio station for 3 hours, it's like, it's out. It's anything that you're doing is repeat. I want to do one take. So I do get it, Wandy. I appreciate that. I accept that. I won't be changing anything going forward. I will be doing the show till I drop dead. I'm trying to think, is there anything else I have to say about that? No, there's nothing else on that as a punctuation. I will be doing the show until I drop dead. Hopefully I hit 100,000 before I get hit with a flying toilet. So I will end it at that. I'm going to say like. I'm going to say share. But I will say this, Wendy. This is a better show. This is a much better show. Much better show. And I would have never been able to put on this show without doing the radio show. So I get it. But that's me with a weaker show going forward as opposed to a stronger show now. But that's a trade-off. I still came back ultimately. All right, I'm going to end this. I'm going to say like, I'm going to say share, I'm going to say subscribe. I'm going to cut these. Last night I dozed off in the chair. I woke up at like 5 in the morning, like, fuck, got to cut the videos. Or not forgot to, I fell asleep in the middle of cutting them. I'm going to try to get to these sooner rather than later, to have these up. They keep demonetizing these fucking videos, which is aggravating the shit out of me. Because it's like, look, you make 16,000 views on a video, and you find out later they demonetize you. Like, you motherfuckers, motherfuckers. Hopefully this video, which was not as brutally explicit, this is not demonetized. Hopefully this one is not demonetized. I do want to thank all of you though. Shout out to you. Be safe, be kind, try to treat people well to the best of your ability. To the best of your ability. You all have a fantastic day. I'll see you bright and early in the morning. By the way, Sabs is going to be here tomorrow. Margaret Kimberly is going to be here tomorrow. Who else is going to be here? Sarah Bills. Whew, female show. I'm going to be the only guy. I need to see if I can get a woman for 7 in the morning. Just be the only guy. Just be lapping it up. All these beautiful women. And yes, I like older women. So Margaret Kimberly's not off the list. I don't know another female that I can get for 7 in the morning to make that show an all-female show. And a girl. That's wrong. I just reminded. Jeff will be on the show. Jeff. They have a NATO summit, and Jeff is going to come on and talk about myths associated with NATO. So, yeah, this is not going to be an all-female show. Oh well. You guys have a fantastic day. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, all right? Be safe, be kind. Jamal Thomas Morning Show 182. And just as sign off. Where is it? Shit. I need to get that bird picture and just keep the bird picture up. That bird picture is my favorite thing. It's the funniest shit in the world to me. It is the funniest shit in the world to me. It makes my day every time I see it. Where is it? That's not it. God damn it. Where is it? It's not the bird picture that I'm looking for, women. I'm looking for something. What the fuck? Give me 1 second. I'm trying to close it on something. I'm looking for something very specific. Where is it? Here it is. I'm going to bookmark this shit. I was looking for this morning, which is why I was late coming on air. I will end it on this. This. Jesus. That coffee is cold. Wow, it's so good. This is such good coffee. You guys have a fantastic day. Signing off.